Welcome to Patrick Roberts, our new timeline. Welcome to Patrick Roberts, our new timeline.
Well, howdy folks. How y'all doing tonight? Tonight we are gonna have a nice, easy, funny kind of night, and we're just gonna have fun. We're not gonna mess with all the bull crap that's going on. This lighting's giving me a headache tonight already. I don't know. Anyways, well, I don't know. How's that lighting up for you? Welcome, LEB, Sharky. Now, tonight I'm going to start off with, okay, whatever I'm doing, I am talking, we're going to go with acting tonight, okay? Acting. Whatever role I'm playing, you're going to be playing the other role. The camera is you, okay? Right? So I'm going to be talking to you. So the first one is some guy in Florida who plants flowers and stuff, and he's kind of the specialist on the bee guy. So hi, my name's Stevie Joe, Billy Joe. I don't know why I got two names. I don't know, but I'm here to tell you about the bees and the flowers and how to plant them, right? So come along with me. And the first bee that we have today is called the Medela Mile bee. And then we have the little itty bitty little, it's called the Ailey bee over here. And so we get these bees together and we see how they communicate. And then off onto we have a grand wizard bee up on top. It's called the Shectacon Nubby. Yes, and that's up there on top. And he comes down, he likes to tell his stories, and everybody listens because they're like really cool stories. Okay, so them are the bees. Then you may run into once in a while, sometimes you're in gym class or whatever, and you come upon Coach Jake. I'm Coach Jake, and I'm here to teach you how to run around in circles and hit people and, swing that bat, run them bases. So, yeah. So, what was my name again? I change it every month, and I just don't know who I am anymore, but already I'm lost in role 2. Yes, coach. I am a coach, yes. Thank you for recognizing that I'm a coach. Jake. Coach Jake. Coach Jake. Yeah. So anyways, Ellie B, why don't you run over there and get me a beer? And down mile, you start that 5 laps. And Shark Con, where are you? I don't know. But anyways, I'm trying to tell you, laugh out loud, I'm simply estranged. My son knows me as Dad Reese, and also nutty, crazy, wonky, and out of touch. And I'm deaf. All of that compared to here's for sure. Here's for sure. Yes. Whatever you're saying there, Shark and Cohen, LEB, yes, Coach Jake. Thank you very much. Yes, my name's Jake, Coach Jake. Coach Jake. This gum tastes kind of shitty. I don't even know how old this stuff is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry there, ladies. Or I could be. Oh, where would that be? Um, yeah. So, anyways, as I was doing some research, I came across this. I don't know what to call them, but there's some sort of bandit like type people, and so yeah, we were rob banks for a living. So what about it? Hey, you better not be running that fucking camera right now. Because you know what? If you are, I'm going to kick your fucking ass. You're not supposed to be on camera. Damn it. You people at this show, if I get caught, you're going down with me. You get it? You understand? There's all sorts of people out there. And it's hard to breathe with this thing on. I don't know how bank robbers do it. Oh, that works. Thinning it out. Thinning it out works. Yeah, okay. Whew. I was suffocating myself with the whole damn hanky. Jiff. I don't know how people can wear a mask all day long. Oh my god. Woo. So, but 3301 was my total at the store. Told them to stick that one. Okay, so I'm going to put the invite out there for Sharkies. Said he's going to come on with us tonight. And Sharky's going to play some roles. He's got some funny stories to tell you. You guys, this is going to be hilarious. We're going to get a Sharky that you've never known. This guy is going to tell you some real hilarious stories. Oh, yeah. I got one more for you. Well, how do you do? How you doing, eh? I don't know. How do they talk? Or do they talk in Irish? I should know because I'm an Irishman. Yes, I'm an Irishman. Don't fuck with me, especially if I've been drinking. Don't fuck with me because I'm an Irishman. And tad bit Indian, and I'm mostly Irish and Italian and a little Indian, little Blackfoot. No backflip, baby. But I'm an Irishman. It gets rounded in Canada. No penises anymore. Mandel Mayo. Come on, you can't be saying that stuff in chat. Sharky music is life. Oh, hey, Sharky, did I put that in the chat for you? I thought I put the link in there for you. Maybe I didn't. I thought I put the link in there. Micmac is the best. I can't believe how dirty you got Mandela Mile on here. I've never heard you talk like that before. Okay, so let's go back to let's get Patrick back here. Patrick, come on back. Patrick's the best actor, right? Ooh, yeah. So what was Algo had a show last night, and I think I did about an hour and a half last night on Algo show. Otherwise, I was gonna come on last night, but it got pretty late by the time we got done at Algo's over there. I think his total show was roughly around 5 hours, I think. Oh, thank you, Ollie. Yeah, and so, yeah, I had a lot of fun over there. They had a lot of good conversations. Like, it's like going and sitting in a bar on a Friday night and talking to all your friends. It's that type of vibe. You can talk about whatever, and nobody's going to really get offended or anything like that. Here comes Shark the Con. Hey, Sharky.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How's it going?
Oh, dude. Oh, bro, I think put some more beer in the fridge, so I'm out for a second. Rip the cardboard off this sucker. Yeah. Jaden.
So is it true, Sharky, that you're an alien?
Yeah, might as well be. Much as an alien as you are, for damn sure. This ain't our home. So it's like, what are we? I don't exactly know, but we're doing it.
No,
I
think we're all alien. I heard today that my body has been hurting so bad lately.
I was off today. My body was off today.
It's like my hips and my knees and my bending my hands, the knuckles. Everything is just hurting really bad. So I heard today from this one channel I listened to, she said we're going through a higher,
frequency or something.
We're vibing up to was it the fifth dimension or something like that?
Yeah, we're fighting off this place.
Well, we're vibing up, so our bodies are changing, and we're going through this like radiation, thermal radiation up in the hemisphere, whatever, to get through this out of 4D.
Yeah.
I'm not good with talking about these 5 things. Is it called the 4th dimension or 5th dimension or 3D? We're in 3D. We're in 3D now, so it'd be 4D, 5D, right? Yeah, Mendel Miles.
You're asking me?
Well, I thought you were into this kind of stuff.
No, I know as much as you do. I mean,
Well, what do you know?
I know that I don't know.
Shark, you got to get more on the ball here.
Yeah, I've lost I lost my marbles, but I told you I found them a long time ago. I got to looking through the room and found a whole jar. It's like
That's where your marbles.
That's where my marbles are kept.
I think that's where the whole world common sense is.
It's old timey too. You got to really press this sucker to get it off of there. And I don't know if I should unleash my marbles. I might ought to keep them safe. I found them in a jar, so there's no marbles.
I had to come way down here to join in. What are you talking about, Mendel Mile? I'm almost in the 5D already, so who's traveling where? I'm like, if anywhere, you had to go up, girl.
Why is it always odd numbers? Why can't we? Why can't it be 60 or 7? Well, I guess 7's odd, but well, I'm 11, so that's the day I was born, so I'm an odd. Where did 4D go? I mean, how do you just skip over? Is it because it's 2D and then every time you jump you skip 2 or?
Hey, welcome Fatheads Adventures in Homesteading. Hey, Fatheads in the room. Ellie Beard, dearest Don, welcome. Don't collect your marbles in one jar, or you'll lose them all at once.
Yeah, I know, totally. I was so glad I found them.
Ellie B. Rick Schwain is in the house, and
hey, Rick.
Mendel Miles, Shark to Con, and Fathead. So, what's your most hilarious story there, Sharky?
Yeah, I don't know. You got to trigger me with something. Like, I automatically go to a song, rap song and stuff. If you can ask me stuff like
that. When I came down there to visit you, hey Trev.
Yeah.
When I came down there to visit you, what's the funniest story out of the? I spent about a week there. Didn't I? Almost a week, 6 days or whatever, and and then I came back. So we had some pretty funny times.
Yeah.
Then we go in shopping too. We went in shopping at the store.
Yeah. We got to go out to the little areas I go to,
And everybody was wearing their masks back then, I think.
Yeah, they were. I can't.
Welcome, Catherine, who is in under Jennifer. If you're in here under wrong account, we have to ban you. Because typically that is wrong to do, and we can't have that around here. Speaking of which, I got emails. I haven't checked my email in a while. So the last few shows of mine got cut. They got not official strikes where I would get banned, but they got. I didn't get it. It's not a community strike. It's a different kind of strike.
See, I made a little singing video a while ago, and I wrote you right before the show, but you probably didn't get it. But I was asking if you could actually see it on YouTube. I don't think anybody can see it, but I checked my Odyssey, and it was on my Odyssey. Of course, nobody sees me at Odyssey, but whatever. But it did go through somewhere. I mean, into the ether. It's out there.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that YouTube, I got notification from YouTube that they had pulled the last 2 or 3 of my streams,
Yeah,
and I'm
yeah,
just like, man. And they don't give a specific reason, just that, and this time it's not medical misinformation. It was, uh, and here's what it says: you may have used somebody's content without their permission. So they don't even know. They just put may have. I'm like, you
yeah,
son of a bitches.
yeah. It's
So you can't show any content whatsoever in your videos or your live
it's
stream.
a dying platform for sure.
Yeah. And it sucks because it's taken, I've been on here for like, what, 5 years now.
Yeah.
And it's like, where are we all eventually going to go,
I know. I don't know. There's there's a bunch of different ones. It's like you don't just go to one and find everybody it's like I got to go over here. I got to go over there. I got to go over there. I go to their website. I got to go to here, and I'm just like, I'm dealing with a tablet and a phone here. I'm not like I don't have a computer. It'd be a lot easier if I had a computer. My tablet doesn't seem to remember or have a bookmarks thing in there for some reason. Like I used to do on a computer. So I don't know.
Huh. I wonder if that's better. Is that better? Can you see me okay? Huh? Can you see me all right?
I can't halfway see to begin with, Patty.
Well, I don't
my
know.
opinion.
Is that better? Because that looks kind of crappy.
You look just as out of focus as I do. So.
What's your favorite movie, man? One of your favorite movies?
Scary movie would be The Thing.
Oh no, favorite movie, not scary movie.
Oh, not favorite scary movie.
No, not scary movie.
Dream a Little Dream is definitely one of my favorite movies.
Okay,
you ever see Dream a Little Dream?
Is that like from the 80s or something?
Oh yeah, it's got the two Coreys in it. It's got the girl I used to be in love with. As far as in love with a movie star. Salinger, Meredith Salinger.
People do it. Deerstone said people do it all the time. I'm not sure what she's talking about. Fathead says challenge that shit. Not sure what he's talking about. Mandela Mile, Jesus used a tablet. No worries. I think that's about YouTube censorship. I think. Because we have to go around and come up with words for different words. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really I didn't want to get on this subject, but I'm so pissed that they are going to start jabbing the 5-year-olds all the way up to 11-year-olds now. So they're finally going to start doing that this week, and I wish there was something I could do. It just sucks that I have to sit here.
Observances. I mean, been watching the downfall of Orion's arm, spur, and freaking Cygnus since. Moving over to these 3 different ones, whatever the computer tells me I'm at whenever I look at it. You are here. Yeah, but I was over there.
You know what I heard is that, and it makes kind of sense, that the stuff basically wires you into the neural net, or like the whole world. Like, what's that famous guy that everybody hates? That
Musk?
had, huh?
No, Musk. I guess everybody loves Musk.
Elon Musk. Yeah, he built that. He built that net that goes around the world, the neural net or whatever. Like that movie where everybody's connected through this big net, and they're ran by the system, runs them and tells them through their thoughts what to do and stuff like that to fall in line and stuff. So that's what maybe in this stuff too, some sort of something like that.
Yeah. Ellie B wrote Gelflings. I love the Gelflings. You know who the Gelflings are?
Ghost in the Shell is a good one. Ghost in the Shell, Starlink. Where two or more gather, it shall be called a church. Laugh out loud.
Yeah, you ever see the Dark Crystal, Patty?
Dark
The
Crystal?
Gelflings. Yeah, you
No.
had like the crazy looking. There was two parts: the good and the evil. Basically, the crystal shattered, and then there became good and bad. But well, never mind. If you haven't saw the movie, I don't want to be telling you about it. But it's a good movie. You ought to watch it. Look up the Dark Crystal. But yeah, the Gelflings were the ones that they got their energy sucked out of. They literally used them as energy. They were energy vampires, the evil ones, and they would suck the life force out of them. Which
Yeah.
But yeah, if you never saw the Dark Crystal, yeah, that's a really good one.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about more of a funny movie.
Oh,
They've been, like, over the weekend they've been having a lot of 80s movies on, like 16 Candles and what else did I watch? I don't know. I don't remember now. But they had a lot of 80s. So, like, 80s funniest film. Or Saturday Night Live used to make me laugh back in the 80s. That used to be really good.
oh yeah. Yeah.
Not very talkative tonight, are you, Sharky?
I ate a little bit of food a while ago, and I'm trying to. I have got a little bit of heartburn. So, but you made me. I'm thinking funny things in my head, but I got thinking. You said Saturday Night Live, and then I remembered about that version of Pat. That's and I'm thinking you're Pat, and I'm like, but you're not that Pat. It's like, you remember Pat on that Saturday Night Live? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, I miss the humor of the '80s because you could laugh. Literally, everybody. There was all the kind of racism stuff had kind of went away, and it was still there, but it was laughable. It was laughable. And here it's like, where in the world am I at, man? You can't say any freaking thing. And I mean, like Booker T. Washington, used to on the wrestling, save the drama for your mama, and it's like, where did that go? Where all we do is deal with drama here. This place loves it. It eats it, and you can't be yourself. A lot of times, I don't know what's going. It's just sad to me. and laughable at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, when I think back on like the 80s and 90s, like growing up and being being a part of the system,
Yeah.
it's totally a different world when you wake up. I mean, you go through so many emotions as you wake up. You know,
Yeah.
you go through all the freaking out, the scared emotions, the anger, the can't believe. Oh my God, just so many emotions as you
The
wake.
Yeah, the hardest one was, I knew something was off. I didn't know. I felt something was very off. When I mean, I was already out of the Marine Corps, but then, I was working at the video store had turned into a tobacco store by then. So a guy I knew that was a cop come by, and all the shit was went going down right, and then he's like, he was a Marine too, and he's like, "Are you ready to go back in?" And I'm like, "No." I told him that, I was like, "No, I don't know what's exactly going on here, you know." But he was all gung ho, ready, to join the service and stuff go back in, and he was a cop, and I'm just like, no, so I knew something in my gut, some wasn't right, but it took me fucking years after that to realize, and then it was a very hard pill to swallow, and then it's like, what do you do? But like I say, I've been through 3 different American flags by now, so I don't claim this fucking place was my own. I mean, I'm in a slightly different alternated version of this, whatever. And not like Sagittarius was that great. My version of Sagittarius, which I believe a lot of us were from different versions of Sag, just like, I mean, whatever.
Yeah, no, I have to agree with you. I've even seen residue, like I said, on that show where that lady was looking up at the sky and she said, um, "Oh, I can see Orion from here."
Yeah,
And and
yeah,
I went, what? I
yeah.
thought,
Look down. You're standing on Orion. What are you talking about,
right,
woman?
right, right,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, so I'm like, wow, there's some residue, and I remembered the movie, but I didn't have a pen or anything to write it down. And by the time I remembered to, I thought on that again, and I'm like, damn, I forgot the name of the movie. Or
Oh.
it wasn't. I don't even know if it was a movie. It might have been like a half-hour TV series, an
Yeah.
old TV series. It makes me so mad that I don't remember what it was. It almost makes me think it was like something like Friends, an
Oh.
hour episode or whatever.
Yeah. Hey, I had a weird thing today. My friend, which her last name used to be DUCT, but here she's DUCK. And my friend from high school and stuff, and her life is different. Things that she's told me are different than the way I remember and stuff like that. But I was talking to her earlier, and I kept remembering. I was like, yeah, okay, so did you used to work at this Levi's? Or asked her, I said, did you used to work at this Levi's factory on the way to Little Rock from Pine Bluff? And she's like, no, I never worked there. And then it got to bugging me, and I kept thinking, I'm like, so I know I was remembering basically what I ended up coming up with is I was remembering the other version of her that was DUCT, T.
I was remembering basically what I.
But that's okay. So she worked at that version of her did work there. Because I can't think of nobody else. I mean, it wasn't a girlfriend; it was just a friend. She was a real hard worker. And I was talking to her back when I was getting divorced and stuff, and I'm like, that was her. I'm like, I can't, unless somebody's been erased from my memory, totally, I can't think of who any crap that would have been. So it would have had to been her. Because I would drive by on my way to the VA and stuff back then. I would drive by and look over there and be like, okay, that's where she works, But the only way I would know about that place is other than just looking. I wouldn't know anything about that place other than basically her letting me know about, basically, how work environment is and the politics of the place and the managers and how, the same old crap with any job, And I'm thinking, I'm like, but yeah, she's like, no, I ain't never. And I gave myself the benefit of a doubt, but the only thing I can come back to is it was her, and that memory is a bit hard for me to remember. But I've got certain things in there that I'm like, it was her. I know it was her. There ain't nobody else that would be that fits the category of my friends.
Yeah. I'm just playing. I'm just messing with a few people here in the chat. Crunchy B says Ellie needs a wrench. Yeah, I thought about that a few days ago when I was on my laptop. I can't give out wrenches while I'm on my laptop, but. So he says Ellie B needs a wrench. So I gave Ellie B a wrench because she is duly noted that needs to have a wrench. She's a beautiful person, been here a while. So I gave her a wrench, but I had to take Crunchy's wrench to give it to Ellie because of COVID. I said because of COVID, we were running short on wrenches. So now Crunchy had lost his wrench because, well, he's had it long enough, so I just passed it on to LEB. But as soon as we get some wrenches in, Crunchy, as soon as we get some wrenches back, We'll give you your wrench back, okay? So yeah, I thought that was funny. This is comedy night. You came in on comedy night, so anything goes on comedy night, right?
I guess so. I don't know. I've never been on a comedy night. I'm just. It's all funny.
Has anybody been on a comedy night? This can't be our first ever comedy night.
I've been on story night.
So this will be our first comedy night. Anything goes. Anybody can be messed with, played on a joke on. So there. If you're in here and you're in chat, better watch it. Sharky, story night. What's up with story night? We haven't had one of them in a long time.
I don't know. I had something in my head like the moon is low, like tits in snow. The mushrooms glow, and I lost it at that in my head. I was just like, "What the fuck is going on in my head?"
What?
I think I was trying to come up with
What?
something, but I don't
What
know
are
what the
you
hell.
even talking about?
I lost that stuff in my head, and while I was thinking about it, I'm like, exactly. You know, it's like these thoughts come in. You're like, okay, what? Well, hello, Reese. What's going on? I don't know.
I need to make some popcorn or something. I've got the munchies. Why would I have the munchies? I don't know.
Got the fever for the flavor of a Pringle.
Okay, and chat, you guys can help us out here. Give us something to talk about. What do you guys want to talk about? What category you want to be on? Do you want to stick with this comedy night? What do you want to talk about? You guys call it munchies? Yeah, I'm getting the munchies. So I either gotta go smoke some more or eat something.
Yeah, smoke.
You gotta smoke? You got something in your eye there, fella?
Yeah, I always get stuff in. I've got the worst case of getting stuff in my eyeballs. It's usually my finger, you know, and then I try to drag it out, and then it just goes worse from there because then it's got to get the stuff off whatever's on my finger out of my eye, and the next thing I got to rinse my eyeballs out with water.
If need be, I donate my wrench. I am just a viewer for the most part. No, I gave Crunchy his wrench back. But Crunchy said, I'm honored for you to hold my wrench, Ellie. I will never be in short supply of blue wrenches.
Yeah.
Everybody that has
Know.
it's worked out because everybody that's in blue on my channel are very trustworthy people, and they've done their job because I haven't had a troll in I don't know how long. So it must be all in blue wrenches. You know, they don't want to even bother because they'll be snapped up so fast.
Well, we got put on the can't be seen list, so the trolls don't have to mess with us anymore.
Oh yeah, right.
You know, with the ghostings, the glitches.
Why,
You know,
because, I did you see? I've got the highest viewers I've ever gotten. They let me have They let me have about 5 or 6 viewers subs. So I'm at like 570 right now. And I've been bouncing for 2 years. I've been bouncing from like 160 back and forth in the 60s, 560 something.
Hey, it was kind of funny, man. You know, cousin Michael, and he watches you every once in a while. Somehow you popped up on his, and he goes through phones like I mean, I've never seen anybody have to go through phones like he does, but so you popped up, but he was like, what did he say to me last night? He said something about because Algo was on and you were on and Kim was on. When he popped in, Ken. I was in the background, and
Ken's in.
Oh, hey, I say Ken. There's Ken. How funny is that? And so, yeah, and so then I was in the background, so I kind of waved, and I had to drop out and put my phone off because my phone was evidently stuck. And then cousin Mike's like, "Yeah, man," he said, "when did Patrick become a superstar?" And so I made a little bit of joke, and I was like, "Superstar." Remember that?
That girl that
superstar. Yeah, and he's like, "Man, when did Patty become a superstar?"
How is that?
Yeah. Anyhow, he says hi and all that kind of jazz. So.
Yeah,
I guess I
hey
did,
Ken,
Ken.
I
I said that, and
I put the link out there, Ken. You're more than welcome to come on.
yeah, we need help. We definitely need help. I don't know how to do comedy when it's like kind of I
Well,
can
the
just
other time you can be funny, you're dancing around. How come you haven't been dancing lately?
because well, I made a singing video, but it does sound a bit depressing. That it did go through an odyssey. So I don't know. Sometimes you can sing, sometimes you can dance, sometimes you're a poet and you don't know it, and then sometimes you're a
No, you need Buzzacchino for poetry.
Hey,
yeah,
brother
yeah.
Ken.
How's it going, guys? Thanks for dropping the link.
Yeah, no problem. So, hey Ken, what do you guys do for Halloween over there? Same thing as over here, just
I
gets
Since we all got older, and if this silliness wasn't going on, a week ago I was invited to a friend's Halloween party where all of us were in the healthcare field. So, and this is right up most of the adults in the room. He literally had these. I don't know where he bought them. I forget if it was. Anyway, he had these large plastic syringes, and he put Jello shots in them. Man, it was freaking awesome. The host of the party, this guy Rich, great guy, hosted this party. Of course, everybody showed up in different costumes, and it was a good time. He had like
Yeah.
taco dip and all sorts of stuff, but the Jello shots, because the play on words that I forget what alcohol was in the Jello, but that they were loaded into these large plastic. Not needles, but plastic syringes, and it was hilarious.
Yeah.
But yeah, now kids are not scared, but like less parents are taking people out. We don't always do like this year we completely bailed on doing candy. And it's not weird, but like my niece, my sister's eldest daughter, is born on October 25th. So and I don't know why I was racking my brain. Everybody's like, well, when would we celebrate her birthday? Because that's kind of a weird date. And my mom her grandma automatically said, she's a Halloween baby. So then for every time we'd celebrate her birthday, before the silliness that's going on now, it would be caramel apples and pumpkin carving, and and we'd usually celebrate like the week before Halloween, or sometimes it would be the week of Halloween. So it gave us a whole renewed reason to celebrate, to intentionally celebrate Halloween, because before it wasn't once all of us kids got older, it wasn't as much of a reason to do that.
Mm. Yeah, they had trick or treating around here from like 5 to 7, but it's like if you're going to pass this COVID thing off and get everybody afraid of everything, why would you even hold a trick or treating? Why would you even? It makes no sense.
Right.
To even have the kids out trick or treating, because you're like messing with their heads. One minute you want them to be afraid of everything and be careful what you touch, and then the next minute you're going and getting candy from strangers.
You want me to tell you the scariest thing ever in Arkansas growing up?
What's that, Sharky?
The scariest thing ever in Arkansas growing up was when your relative does this, and he goes, "Pull my finger." And then they fart. You pull your grandpa's finger, and he's like, "Wah," and you're like, "Oh no, pull my finger." My uncle did this weird stuff to me one time. My cousin Michael's dad, you met cousin Mike and his dad, Uncle Tommy. Because when you're a kid, you exercise, or I did, or whatever, but you're like, you got really quick reflexes, and so my uncle was like out at the shed, and I'm out there kind of standing around, just like as a kid watching them. They're turning wrenches or something, and all of a sudden Uncle Tommy throws me something. He's like, catch! And I threw it, and I said, whack! And I realized when I did that, and I never did it again, he threw me his wad of tobacco that was in his mouth. And so when I grabbed a hold of that big wad of tobacco, man.
Absolutely.
That's the kind of, I mean, what kind of family does this stuff? I don't know. I mean, my weird family.
I was happy to see a few kids out, Patrick, and it's part of the cognitive dissonance where they're like, okay, that's okay, but they were warning us, as much as 2 weeks ago, better get your Christmas shopping done because you don't know if the supply chain failure is going to make it impossible for you to get stuff for the little kids. So it's all the either brainwashing or trying to get you to follow a narrative, and it's just, I'm happy that I did see kids out dressed up, even though it was a little colder around here, like it was around 55 degrees here in Illinois, and where I'm at. But the people and you saw some of the moms going around with, the hazard lights would go on as me and my twin brother were going to we were running an errand, and so you stop, and my brother was like, Kevin was like, why don't you go around him? And then sure enough, that late kid pops that door on the other side, and you're like, good thing I didn't try to go around him. So
I didn't realize you were in Chicago.
I'm in the northwest suburbs.
I was born in Harvey.
There you go. We need you back in Illinois.
I was born in Ingalls Hospital.
Wow.
Yeah. Cook County.
Cook County. Or as we've been recently been calling it, Crook County.
Yeah.
We're the state and the city are very, very, very much sold out, unfortunately to say. In spite of very, very, very small, and again, it shouldn't be red or blue, but it was one of those things growing up that you knew whenever some sort of election was going on, little pockets of red, but you knew that the whole state was going to carry, the city would be carrying blue. So it was just a foregone conclusion. Again, part of the mass brainwashing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they need to get rid of. We need to get rid of all government overhang, and just live as free people. I don't know. I think that's in line with what I believe Algo's also thinking that.
Yeah, Mike, and the key is whether or not we could pull it off, because other things might become more chaotic. But if we could keep it like, if we could go back to either Greece or Rome and just have like these city states that govern and police themselves, just local law enforcement, as opposed to something.
Like keep the sheriff, do something like that. The sheriff used to take care of and you'd have your U.S. Marshals that would run around. But I don't really agree with them U.S. Marshals. I mean, it just gives them authority to jump from state to state. And, you don't need that. Just your own local sheriff that knows everybody, and you know him very well, and he's part of the community, and that community hires more people to protect the community. So,
and there's the thing though with everybody that has a temptation or could be flawed. You're reminding me when you said marshals that word and that title and what it represents will always remind me of old westerns when we were growing up.
Yeah, right.
And specifically, although certain still old but more modern, like movies like Silverado, or even the movie Tombstone that Val Kilmer and Kurt Russell were in. They're like, now it's legal, but it would help if you were on the herb side of things, or
Well, before they were just deputy sheriffs, And after all that, then he turned in. He goes, "Now I'm a U.S. Marshal.
Right.
That
right.
gives me supreme authority to go around anywhere, to follow you guys anywhere."
And that's why I brought up the movie Silverado. From what little I remember, it when Brian Dennehy was saying to Kevin Kline, now that I got this tin star on me, I forget if it was I think it might have been Sheriff or whatever. He's like, I got this sweet deal. I got this whole town under my thumb, and you could benefit from it. But and that they used to be an old outlaw gang, if I remember the plot correctly, and it was just like and Kevin Kline's character was like, I don't roll like that anymore, and it just so where as with anything, is we're all flawed human beings. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So it's
Right.
how to get past that is going to be the trick.
Right. Yeah, I suppose you're still gonna have your towns that are unfair to some people because they're not high class in that town or whatever. So yeah, I mean, how do you get past that? I mean, really, you're just gonna have to. I don't know.
And that's the interesting thing too.
Everybody's
I know that
to love each other and help each other out. I don't understand what's so hard about what the basic common sense is, to treat everybody the way you would want to be treated. Why is that so hard to grasp for some people?
Again, I think part of the agenda that made it so that everyone is so easily triggered, because to get you triggered in order to create division was part of the goal. So where you're always interested about, what about me getting mine, instead of if it's an work ethic. I think it was introduced to me when I first by my uncles and my dad, God rest his soul, of if the company takes care of the staff and does right by its staff, then the staff's going to take care of your customers and clients. But all of a sudden, it became more like putting a supervisor over you that was micromanaging and that would cause you to be stressed and make it more difficult for you. And like, I don't know, not necessarily top down from the higher ups of what you should be doing on the job and really like scrutinizing what you do, as opposed to like, hey, if you do a good job, you're gonna, maybe once a week lunch is free in the cafeteria. Some perks to incentivize you to do a good job, and that used to work really well. And then it just became a whole kind of more magnifying glass. Hey, are you meeting your quotas and garbage like that, where you felt more pressure rather than just being of goodwill. And then where everybody's like, work is a hassle, as opposed to why people see careers as a passion. And I could be way off base on that, but it was at the common denominator being people are easily triggered because what's the latest meme, Karens, where I want to speak to the manager. It's always, what's in it for me? What can I complain about? What is not a service at a level I expect or am entitled to or deserve, which is sad. Because I'll say 9 times out of 10, when I'm whatever incentives the government is giving for people not to take jobs, 9 times out of 10, if I'm waiting long in the Starbucks, if I'm waiting long for food to carry out food we order, we know that they're short-staffed. We know they're working their butts off, and being crabby and being a pain in the ass about it doesn't change anything. So just be considerate and wish them well, and keep supporting the restaurants that are still around. And it's tough.
Right. Well, Crunchy B said the golden rule, not in the Bible anymore. Do unto others as you'd have them do unto you.
Perfect. No, absolutely, yep. Crunchy B. Absolutely.
That's not in the Bible anymore.
I need to. That could be a Mandela effect. Because it should be.
I believe it is. But I'm not a Bible guy, so.
No, I think that things have been selectively edited. I'm gonna maybe get on a soapbox for a moment, and I remember complaining in whether it was Mike's or a separate stream that newer editions or revisions of the Bible to make it easier for the younger generations would rephrase things in more kinder, gentler, whatever stupid words. And me and someone who is definitely more of a Bible scholar said, no, you're changing words, and or you're taking out whole verses, and it's like it's a mess. It's awful.
It's a mess. It is a mess. Like I say, there was things when I did go to church when I was a teen, and I was whatever you was a kid, so you go over to the little kids section for a bit, and y'all hear me?
Yes.
Everything all the static in my headphones just went away, so it went totally fucking quiet.
That's no good.
I'm kind of wondering if that's part of like when you get the ring in the ears and stuff, but anymore. But yeah. There was things that I was taught, and it was there, and they would say, but they're not there. And even when I go back to, I've got like 2 or 3 Bibles from great grandma or something, some very old ones that are just falling apart. And I've looked through them, and it's still the same way in there. It's changed, and I'm just like, okay. So that's quite a bit a long time ago. I mean, because these people are dead, and why would you keep saying the same? I mean, why would everybody say the same? So, but I'm like I say, I'm not a big Bible sort of person. I mean, I talk to God one-on-one. That's just the only way I've ever tried to do it. Once I realized that as a kid, I didn't agree with the church that I went to. I didn't agree with I didn't agree with the way they treated my friend. I didn't agree with the way that the preacher and then the preacher's son was treated, even though the preacher's kids are usually the worst ones. But I mean, I saw so much smooching on the church buses and stuff, and I was just like, what in the world, man? This is supposed to be church. What's going on? What's going on here? I mean, it was a while. Like, I mean, if you thought the band bus was wild back then, because at least the band bus, back then, that's where all the smooching went on. But the church buses, whoo, man, there was some. Oh man,
I hate to admit, Sharky, that I attended a niece's confirmation a couple years back, and of course it was in spring, and all the girls want to use that as an occasion to dress nice. But I hate to, and I hate to come across as a prude, but some of these gals, these skirts were very, very, very short. And you're standing in a church, and I'm wondering why of course, trying to play politically correct, the priest didn't say anything about it, but I'm like, wow, just wow. The chat, I've been sent a joke to tell by request via text. Have you heard about the population in Ireland? I hear it's Dublin.
It's so funny. It's so stupid. It's so funny.
You can thank LEB for that one.
Here's Dublin.
But yeah, guys, I have to actually address. I'd like to hear Patrick's perspective on this. That our churches, and actually, Sharky, back when I was in high school, I went to a Jesuit high school, and to the wisdom and credit of one of my religion teachers, he said, if you're going to a church and the choir is screeching and seems barely trained, and the pastor is falling asleep at his own homilies, if your soul isn't being fed there, don't keep going to that church. So by all means, I totally get it. If your congregation was disrespectful to your friend, I don't know if either of you have seen this one meme that did the rounds on
You know-
Facebook. They've got this clearly what's supposed to be stylized as a homeless person sitting next to Jesus, and he's saying to Jesus, "They won't let me in," as they're shown outside of a church, and Jesus says back to him, "Don't worry about it. They wouldn't let me in either."
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, exactly.
if our Lord and Savior came down today, some of these Pharisees and some of these church-going people wouldn't even recognize him.
Right.
They don't. And what's sad is I've actually heard a friend that I know, me and Patty know, Lucky Bulger. I believe he's in Ireland, the Fighting Irish. I believe he's in Ireland. And since all this stuff has went down, like, he can't go into the church. He goes to the church, but stands outside. And like a few weeks back, he had a live stream and he was talking. He said, "Yeah, I went there." And, they go to pastor on communion, and, the preacher guy or whatever, comes around with it. And he just totally ignored all the people standing outside to give them their little wafer or whatever, because I don't understand that kind of stuff. I don't understand the wafers. I don't understand, but the communion,
Their
basically.
communion.
So, but, I was just like, wow, but God sees that. God sees that. And that's kind of what's funny about that joke, is because that's literally like, yeah, they're not letting Jesus even inside of his church so he's an outsider standing with Jesus.
You gets back to
can't even go into the dang church to try to give thanks,
It gets back to what both you and Patrick were saying before, that to treat others as you would have yourself be treated, not even worse than common courtesy. For being Christian, you're not being very Christ-like by making those divisions. It's just not. It blows my mind.
I can tell you a bit of good news I saw the other day in my little bubble. I don't go very far. But I went to the beer store the other day, right? And it was like I'm usually there, so I was off my usual time of going there, plus my day. So there was a guy there, and I've saw him before, but I haven't saw him that many times. And so I grabbed my 430 packs because you get a discount, so I just buy them in 4. I'm gonna drink them anyhow. I buy them, and I get a discount, so basically no tax. And then he said something about what's going on, and then I said something, and that dude's eyes was like this. It was like wham, and that dude was zoned in on me, and he started talking about the fuckery. And I was just right there with him. Yeah. I know. And I was like, well, did you hear, you know about the little squiddy things that's in the stuff. Did you know about this or that? And he knew all about this stuff. But the dude, he was so relieved. It was like he unloaded on me because he can't talk about it to anybody, just like we can't.
Right.
I mean, it's like what you know, what you think, what's going on, and what you see, and then he's telling me he's got a son in the service. He's been in there for 2 years, and it was like, it wasn't the Marines, it was the Army, I think. But it was like, he don't know what to tell his son. His son's like, Dad, they're wanting to give it to me, or they're going to kick me out dishonorable. And, he's telling me, I don't know, I don't know what to do, I mean, if I think back to when I was a kid, well, then I'd have probably went ahead and took it, but I don't know what to tell him. And I'm like, I don't know, my own son up here has taken 2 Pfizers. That was a total reality switch for me. I think you've heard me about that before, Ken, but, I mean, it's like, what do you do? I mean, so... But what I'm saying, it was nice to. So now I know when I see that guy again, unless something changes, I can talk to him more about the weirdness. Because that
Yes.
dude was it was like I made his day, man. He was helping me out. He was kind of following me, just want to keep talking, and um, yeah. So that was a good sign to me. That was a really good sign. Like, okay, so I'm not the only one in my little bubble that is seeing some of the weirdness that's going on. Doesn't have to be all of it. All you gotta do is recognize this place ain't right and something's off.
Well, I got a similar story. Yeah, Sharky, there was I mentioned it briefly, I think, with Mike, that there was a doctor, again, who I of course will not name, and when he and I started talking, he's like, I know you get it. Take that stupid mask off, and we'll just talk like men. And he was like, the masks don't do anything. It's all a joke, this, that, and the other thing. He said, and I know I can trust you. I haven't even told my staff. I've bought a practice out in Florida. I'm out of here by the end of the year. So I'm trusting you that when you leave my office, that you don't tell my staff, because they don't even know. Because the rest, some of his own staff bought the narrative. But he's like, in Florida, I'm not going to have to worry about any mandates. He slightly outdid your guy, Sharky, in that he goes to his printer, he starts printing off articles, and I'm like, I'm on the same page with you. You really don't.
Yeah. Check this out. Check this out.
Yeah, I know, man. Because it's like, finally, another person I can talk to about this stuff.
Yes.
Somebody else who gets it.
Yes.
And he was strongly. I don't mean to revisit it again, Patrick, but he was again saying to me, Go try to get to a nursing program in Florida. Go ahead and get out of here. You know that Crook County is corrupt. Just leave the state. But for the sake of family, I can.
What state are you actually in, Kent?
Illinois.
Okay, yeah, you're up. You're Blues Brothers country.
You're reading my mind, Sharky, because I was about to say Nazis. I hate Illinois Nazis.
I hate Illinois Nazis.
Words from that movie.
Why don't you just go to Florida for the nursing?
No, I'd have to apply for the program. I don't know what the reciprocity would be. It's a little, in a sense, Patrick, that ship had already sailed. This was the recommendation because that doctor says, I know you're a good guy. I think you would succeed anywhere, but and call it, of course, a weakness on my part. I did 2 years of prerequisites to get into the program that I'm in, and things are going to start in January. So I made my call, and I don't mean to belabor the point, Patrick, and I don't mean to make it an issue for you or for anybody, actually.
Yeah, that's no problem.
But we keep hearing. I don't know if either of you guys have been hearing. They're saying that, and I don't know if you guys follow. Particularly a good question for both you, Sharky, as well as you, Patrick. I know that Patrick in particular is a strong man of faith, which is wonderful. There are people who speak of astrology saying that Pluto is coming back to the same position it was back when our nation was founded. So if part of history is true of all the upheaval that founded this great nation, that's why we're seeing so much tumultuous and heavy duty stuff going on. Not that you have to necessarily buy into that specific thing, because I know there are strong tenets in the Bible that say, you shouldn't be doing astrology. That's part of witchcraft and everything else.
Yeah, I never understood that part. I mean, how are you going to not look at the heavens and say that's not part of the heavens?
Correct, but I believe what they wanted to dissuade us from, this is my perspective, is that they didn't want us constantly using tarot cards or charting the stars to predict what the future would hold. That one of those other famous passages, or was it you, Patrick, that brought it up at the last live stream? Jesus Christ himself said, "I don't know when it's going to come to pass." Maybe it was Mike. I don't know when things are going to come to pass. Only the Father knows. So they don't want us speculating or hoping or trying to discern what all three of us, and I'm sure everybody in chat knows, anyone who's predicted and said, "Oh, this is going to be the date of the second coming," and then that would come and pass, and people would ridicule them, and because we're not supposed to know.
Yeah.
That's just my take.
I've never tried to predict when he was coming.
Because
I think we are within the last days, though. Definitely.
I do. I think that too. I don't see why not. I mean, it's not exactly nice out there.
Things have
It's
never
actually
been
very,
this,
very,
this
very,
messed
very
up.
strange. Yeah, very
Strange
strange
is
out
a
there.
good word for it.
Mm.
Are you guys seeing shortages of food in your local grocers?
I'll tell you, I have my local rearranged, so I'll be able to tell you more tomorrow when I go to the store. But I have been seeing like there's not the variety that I was seeing is not there. Is what I've
Certain
been
things are
noticing.
out. Yeah, certain things are out, and the prices are definitely going higher.
Prices are
All
higher.
prices are going crazy. That's not good.
Like I think last month I went, I bought I had a bunch of expensive stuff in there though, but you know, like meats and things. Everything's up though, so I ended up when I walked out, it was like $450 and I was just like, I don't think I've ever in my life spent $450 on food, and it was all in one cart. It wasn't like I had two
Yes.
carts full of stuff. It was all in one cart, but you know, it's like everything. So you know, like a seasoning, right? A seasoning is up. The little bitty things that you need to make a meal, you know, and I'm not talking like hamburger helper. I'm just talking like normal crap.
Regular
you know,
spices.
I mean, you know, the only way, I mean, I might as well just go in there and buy nothing but meat and potatoes and learn to eat off of that. And because I could save so much money, have way more food just off meat and potatoes and some veggies, you know, than I could trying to buy, you know, the cheese I love. I'm a cheese hound. Try to buy, you know, the flavorings and stuff like that. Try, you know, like normal cooking. It's like normal cooking.
Basic
I can't
essentials.
exactly buy for anymore because all the little things you need to make normal cooking cost too dang much.
By design and by agenda. Yeah. They're trying to put the
Yeah,
squeeze on all of us. How are gas
and
prices for
so,
you guys?
Up, and I have to buy 93 for my big tank car. So I've got a very, very comfortable car. I've got a 1992 Lincoln Town car.
What's the gas prices like over there?
Me?
What's your 93 octane gas price there, Sharky?
I was closer to $4. It was.
Wow.
It was. I think it was closer to $4 when I got it. I just kind of put it in and and the stupid freaking TV on the fuel things like blah 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 blah. And I'm just like, I got my headphones in. I'm like, I ain't even looking at you, you know. Stop feeding me your crap. I'm putting in gas. I don't need to watch TV while I'm putting in gas.
You're right. That I forget how often, but you're right. They've installed, you know, like the movie They Live. They've got that constantly beaming at you to send their signal.
Yeah, and
brainwashing.
Yeah. And I mean, if you want to put $10 in, a lot of people will probably, if I was going to go up there and I'll $5, right? I'm just going to put $5 in, which would only be like a gallon anymore or whatever. But, you know, but the TV comes on and you're like, oh, and then you keep holding the pump and then you press
you
$8
get distracted
in.
from the little TVs that come on.
Yeah. I mean, for normal people, they would. I look away. I'm just like, give me a break, you know. I don't need. This isn't, you know. I don't know where I'm at. But.
I never thought of that though. That's why that's one reason that they put them in. Maybe is to distract people so they don't watch their thing going you know, I never
I
thought
didn't think
of
it
it.
was. I didn't
Yeah.
think of it as that. Is that they harmlessly, which is probably was never part of it. Was before we had cell phones as frequent, or that. Do you guys remember back when a story broke? This was a while ago, where your cell phone signal was causing like sparks at at gas stations, so you couldn't keep your engine running anymore, and you shouldn't turn on your cell phone.
Right.
Or is that a Mandela effect for me?
No.
So that while you weren't,
I remember. I do
before-
remember hearing that. I didn't know why, but I remember hearing that at one point.
No,
I don't know
no,
where
you're
did
right.
that go. Where did that go?
well, now our cell phones are so sophisticated that they want you looking at that, and they don't have to install these TV screens on gas stations anymore on each gas pump. But I forget who it was that said, or I had asked in one of Mike's streams, why are they allowing Hollywood to fall? Like, no one's going to movie theaters anymore because it's like $20 a ticket. And everybody's so accustomed because of the stay-at-home orders to Netflixing and chill. Instead, they'll wait 2 months until the movie comes out and just be streaming it for their streaming service.
Right.
So the main reason they don't have to worry about Hollywood, your favorite stars telling you how to live, is that the wonderful, bizarre device that I get to speak to you, Patrick, and to Sharktacon and everybody in chat. This is basically a Black Mirror. They've got
Yes.
through Instagram, all of the YouTube ads, everything. Big tech has our attention. And I forget in a previous live stream when someone would say, you know how you're just thinking about a product and all of a sudden an ad for it will come up on your phone?
Yeah.
It's like part of the algorithm. It's like they know you, and it's
That's what
scary.
they do. They see through your eyeballs here, is what I've been saying for a few years. I think they actually see through my eyeballs. I don't know how, I don't know when it
I hope it's not
happened,
that
but
bad.
well, I was thinking the other day, I was looking at my candles and I'm looking up and I've got like black marks, on the ceiling. And I got thinking about like, okay, there was a time a few years back and I was trying to search out how, because I like burning candles, and I was trying to find out another way to make candles. And it was like Crisco, and I was like, well, I got Crisco. I bought some Crisco, and and I burned Crisco in here for like 2 or 3 months, maybe even 4 months. And but then I got to realizing I was kind of sticky because the flames off as the Crisco burns, is still kind of floating it around, and so it kind of messed up some stuff and made some really nasty looking spider webs and stuff that got shown.
It's really weird.
The grease, and so crap, I lost my point.
What's really weird is sometimes if you look at us on the screen right now, is sometimes I feel like that's me, like I'm like in a sort of different screen, like you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, who's watching me as a movie, like this is Pat's movie or whatever. Sometimes I feel like, sometimes I feel like I'm just in this system, this type of game with so many people. Like you guys are part of it. Huh?
You're a glitch. You're a glitch in the matrix, and you are also a ghost in a machine.
True, Chuck. But before we woke up, I hate the way the words woke and awaken have been altered. But I like what your kind of thought, Patrick, in that before I think we were all in the Truman Show, and it was just a big joke, and we didn't feel like we could do anything. But now that's why I said on the last stream that we're all Neo. You have a lot more agency. The fact that all of us can get together and talk about this, we can make decisions that will impact the outcome. Truman, he was just blown away that his whole life was on TV. Granted, I didn't see the movie, but that how what you just described made it feel like that. Like, who is this Ken guy, and how much of this is all staged for me, and what do we really have control over? But then we meet wonderful people like Sharky and you, Patrick, and you say, no, we can discuss this, we can agree on things, and we can make a difference
Well,
if we try.
There's the
If
thing
you
that
ever
I really.
If you ever thought of yourself as just consciousness, not any part of your body, like, it's really weird. If you're in a vehicle, just imagine if you're in a vehicle and you're traveling down the road. Now flip over to just consciousness, and you're like floating down the road, basically inside this vehicle. Like, say you're not body, you're just consciousness. Now just think that you're just consciousness there. It's like the truck or whatever you're riding in doesn't even exist, and you're going down the road. I don't even know if I can even explain what I'm trying to explain.
I can explain what you're saying, Patrick.
But it's so weird to think that, because I think that a lot of being just consciousness without this body. I wonder if that's programming me to get ready for me to be without body, because I've been thinking.
I wish Ellie B would call in, because I think right when you were saying that, she typed in chat like all the time, Patrick. So she seems to be attuned to that, and I like what you're thinking. Where one theory is we're all eternal spiritual beings that have incarnated to have a human experience, but part of you knows you're bigger than this, that maybe we created cars, and when you're going 60 miles an hour, it mimics astral travel. Who knows? But I like what you're saying, that when you zone out and your brain knows where you're driving to, you're not actively thinking about driving, and all you are is consciousness. I like that. I like that.
It's a movie.
And I'm even talking being a passenger, not driving. Like, absolutely not doing nothing. I'm just consciousness going down the road, and it's so freaking weird, because it feels like I'm just floating and I'm having this conversation with these other people, and it's just pure consciousness is what I'm thinking about. It's really
just take this in itself. When you was a kid, right, and there was nothing to look at but the car and the car's movement. Did you ever, like, because I was always the kid that was looking out the side, right, watching it go like this, wing, 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 wing. But then I would pinpoint a spot, and it would focus, and it's like wing, wing, and I'd pinpoint, wing, pinpoint, and just sit there and do that. And I'm like, but then I'd focus on the nod, and it's just like wing, 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 and I'm just like, I don't even understand what I'm looking at here, because why isn't everything in focus to begin with? Why is it that I have to focus on one thing to bring it into perspective? Why can't I see all of it in perspective? You see what I'm saying? That might be a bit weird, but
you're not being. I think our consciousness can perceive more than we feel that we can process. I think part of the agenda with, and I'm going to keep hearkening to that movie They Live, is they try to mind control us with obey, consume, and that crap, which distracts us from the fact that our awareness is larger, reaching, has a greater degree of awareness. Even if it's in, like what you're saying, Patrick, with other people would be like, okay, they might think you're just spacing out. But what you're tapping into is your own personal sense of consciousness, and how that's making you aware of your surroundings on a different level that isn't where you're thinking about, boy, I can't wait till my next car is, where it's not about material plane, if I'm understanding you correctly.
Oh, yeah, nothing at all to do with anything material. It's just being in pure consciousness. just the thought of being consciousness and not having this body or anything to deal with in this world at all. I'm just experiencing this, and it's just really weird to basically, I'm not having an out of body experience, but just the experience of seeing myself as just pure consciousness. I've never even thought I would even talk about this stuff ever in my life, because
I'm grateful you did.
Was like even heard of pure consciousness and all this stuff, but not until after 2016, and it took me to grow this far to realize, well, that my experience with my kidney failure, I had that pure consciousness wake up, I think. And I know you don't like that term, but I don't know what else to use except for I woke up.
Oh no, I don't. It's not that I don't like it. I agree with when we touched into it. Did you shift dimensions? Did you honestly felt that you checked out? You left this plane, but then here you are. And that. I don't know if we've ever talked about Alan Watts, Patrick.
No.
Well, Alan Watts would say something philosophical in a sense like you're getting to a bigger metaphysical concept in that your sense of consciousness isn't in this thing in your skull called a brain.
Right.
The consciousness is outside of that. If I'm not like Sharky, I'm not getting too weird, but it's like your whatever this organ called a brain is, that is a combination of chemicals and electrical interactions, that doesn't whatever Patrick's brain is doesn't constitute Patrick's consciousness. Your consciousness is a separate thing unto itself.
That's how we got here. Exactly. That's how we got here. I mean,
Love it.
Patty, me, you probably, I mean, we're not of this earth, but here we are in this place. And the only way, because your body changes and the earth changes and your reality changes and the logos change and all this crap. And then you're like, the only way I could get here is, I've shed and I traveled without my normal physical vesicle. Vesicle. Is that a word, vesicle? That needs to be a word, yes. Vesicle. It's not a vessel, it's a vesicle. I need. Maybe I should coin that.
To be unnecessarily technical, vesicle describes kind of a smaller vessel, Sharky. Yeah. So one could imagine is it's relevant.
Okay,
and funny.
Yeah, I blame it on the beer, but
you keep that up, Sharky, and I'm going to open up another bottle. Open up a new red.
You're definitely on Patty's channel, so you can. Patty doesn't mind me, but Patty knows when to shut me down. So
it's all good.
Yeah. And bring me back.
Hey, Watts, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me? Am I coming in good?
I can hear you, Rick.
Oh, hey, Rick.
Yeah, we can't see you, but we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm on my computer. I don't have a camera. If you remember I used to have the avatar before. You weren't seeing me unless I was on my phone. Yeah, so I'm back on the old laptop. But Sharky, I like that word that you just came up with.
Yeah, what was it? I can't even remember by now.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Vesicle.
Vesicle. Yeah, vesicle. It slipped my mind too. That's why I said that word.
Ken, do you know Rick?
No, I do not.
No, we never met before. But
so Ken, this is Rick Swain. Rick, this is Ken. Sometimes Rick is one of our people that comes on sometimes that sometimes he gets a little over the edge that we have to boot him off, but most of the time he can stay in line and be a good boy.
Yeah.
Good to
He's
know.
yeah. Rick's like I am. It's like, crap, Reese. What are you doing? What are you doing, Reese? Why?
Well, we
Yeah,
have to
Reese.
count Sharky's beers.
Yeah,
Make
you
sure he
gotta
has
count 'em.
of his
Yeah,
beer.
not like I say, I'm way over, but I did eat, and then I got a bit of heartburn, so I'm trying to get them down, and
And
I am
Ken's
feeling
drinking
better now. Yeah.
What
Speaking
kind
of
of
Drinking
eating
water?
meat.
potatoes, Carney, this is a carnivore. We're going big or go home.
Yeah.
We
Well,
had a
Always typically red. I'm usually drinking red. I'll actually turn my camera off because I need both hands to get this bad boy open.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a big.
Oh boy.
we
Now
had a,
the stories begin.
the park that I guess you could say stay in, or during the day, we had a big flood to where it was the fourth highest it's ever been. The river, the Delaware River, crested 10 foot 4 inches over normal.
Really?
So, like, there's debris in this park that they redid to where it's out of control. You
Oh
can't.
man.
Yeah, it's horrible. It really is. But
So your tires holding up? I mean,
yeah, I drove through the wood. Yeah, it was fine. It was fine.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. At least
But
that's
listen,
fine.
there was a bus that it was weird. There was a bus that came down there today, and it said "Save the Kids" on it. Right now,
I've seen him before.
yeah, we've seen it before. He blows his horn all the time. Like, he comes down there and he'll circle around and he'll stay on the horn. But he drove on the wood, right? And it was weird because, listen, you got to turn around, and where he turned around at, where you're supposed to turn around at anyway, is where some of the wood's at, like the wood line from the drift, and from all the debris and stuff. And he turned on it, right? And it was weird because the front wheel got jammed on a log. Right now, he was still, all the other wheels were moving and spinning, but the front wheel that had the log on it, of course, wasn't spinning, but it was still moving. And it looked like he was going to hit the guardrail. Like, it looked like he couldn't stop, because I'm only looking at the one wheel that's not spinning. I wasn't looking at the other wheels, you understand? I'm looking at the one wheel that's not spinning, and I'm like, yo, he's not going to stop. He's going to slam into that guardrail. But here, the other wheels were still spinning, so once he applied the brake, he stopped like a foot before the guardrail, and backed up and did like a K-turn. But I think he lost control of the fucking bus because he couldn't steer it either. It was going straight when he should have been turning. It was like he was turning and he caught the log, and it was weird. It was really trippy, man. But
it is weird.
it was a sight. But yeah, there's like a white buoy out in the middle of the Delaware River, and here it's a no wake buoy that washed out of like one of the marinas across the Delaware on the Jersey side. It's never been there. It's like in the middle of the river, and there's no buoys in the middle of the river. You have two buoys, you have a green and a red one, and you stay in the middle. but yeah, there's a white one in the middle. Weird. But I found out something
I tried to
interesting.
get the hell out of here.
I
Now-
found out something really interesting about this park too. There's a building there, and I found out that it was shipped. It was shipped in there, where it looks like it was built there. And here they said that it came in on a barge like in the early 1900s.
Hey Ken, did that bring back memories? Did
Which
you hear
bring
me?
back
Adam?
memories.
You didn't hear me when
I
I was
missed
like,
some-
"Get out of here! Get out of here now! Get out!"
I wasn't able to tune in right when your thing started, but I saw it. I had it open on a window in my browser window, and I saw your whole acting thing start, and I'm like, "Damn it, I can't get on." We were finishing up chores around the house, and then after we had a quick dinner, the Holy Name Cathedral does a recorded mass, so. Me and my mom were good Catholics. We sat and watched mass before I jumped onto your stream, so it was all good. But no, you got chops. You got good acting chops, Patrick. I'm impressed.
Thank you. You know,
And I switched it up. I was gonna do Carnivore, but I went because it's Halloween. I went with Purple Moon instead.
I worked for Universal Studios for a few years, and I just started getting into the acting and getting into certain small roles. And I am so glad that I didn't go that way. I ended up moving back to Wisconsin and fighting for my son. I wanted to get full custody of him. And
You
so
did the right thing, Pat. Definitely did the right thing.
Yeah, well, I didn't get custody of my son. Which,
Well, but still, yeah, I mean, you were still there.
You
in
made
his
the
life.
effort.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
you
made
made a noble
exactly, and you made the effort. That's right.
right.
That's right.
Yeah, so I left all that, and I am glad I did. You know, even though it didn't work out, I am still glad that I left that and I didn't get any further involved in what I
Yo,
already was.
do you remember me telling you about Ike Diaz? He's a fellow flat earther. I did a couple shows with him before. Ike Diaz.
What's his name?
Ike Diaz.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Well, he recently passed. I just found this out not too long ago. But now listen, he signed with Netflix. He had a show. He was doing a comedy show, and this was like his lifelong dream. He got his lifelong dream and then ended up dying, dude. So,
Wow.
like, yeah, people that I don't know that there's something about being an actor. It's like I don't know because nowadays they blow up actors. They look at as idols, as stars,
Right.
and when you first were an actor's a hypocrite. They're considered hypocrites because they're not real. An actor's kind of like a slimy person.
Right.
You know, so actors were looked down as when it kind of first started. So
Well,
there's something that's really.
I was only like 21, 22 years old. So I was a pretty young buck. When you know I was deep into the system at that time.
Right. Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. There's something about being an actor, I think, is very nefarious or
Plus,
dark.
we're
Let me
not
say
supposed
dark.
Plus,
I'll
we're
say
not
dark.
supposed to look at other people as idols. You know, like a lot of people,
Right.
actors or sports sports
Yeah, and
people
that
on
includes,
pedestals.
for me, religion and preachers and stuff. I mean, if you're all sheep, why would you listen to another sheep without listening to what God's telling you Himself? It
Right.
comes
Well,
right into
see,
your
but
head. You
that's what
feel it. You see it. So
I
I might have
don't
went
like.
off on a weird tangent there, but
I
No, it's
don't
good.
like that thing about the sheep part because I believe if you are a sheep, you hear God's voice. You
well,
hear
yeah,
His voice.
but that's what I'm saying. But we are all sheep. We
Right,
are
but not
all
all of
sheep.
us hear His voice, though.
Well,
If
I
we,
don't believe the Pope is any other form of a sheep than I am. In fact, I think
no,
he's a
of course not.
Yeah,
kind of
Yeah, I
yeah, yeah.
agree.
Thanks for
nasty
coming,
thing.
folks. Have a nice day now.
No, I agree. I agree with you, Sharky, 100%.
That's just what I'm saying. You know, it's like, why would, you know, we're all people here, right? And we're all sharing knowledge. So why would I say Patty's the lead group member, right? So why would I say I'm gonna believe everything out of Patty's mouth, man? Because Patty's the one that is showing me the way. He made the stream.
He's
He's
following the
doing it.
rabbit.
You know what I'm saying? So I kind of do like that. And, you know, it's just like I don't understand this place basically, and that's
Nah,
just me.
I
I don't understand
understand.
this place.
Listen, I'm trying not to say that word no more because the only thing I want to understand are the red letters. That's what's
Yeah.
written in red. His words. That's all I want to understand.
Hey, Patrick, do you remember back in like 16 when the red letters were gone? Do you remember that? There was a portion there, and it's probably not even out there anymore.
I don't ever
But
remember
people,
ever seeing red letters in there.
that's okay. So there you go. That's what I'm talking about. It was like, I remember seeing them in my Bible, but
I thought it was new.
I thought gold was a certain printing or something.
gold. Woo.
Why?
I remember
How did
gold
you
gold
see him?
gold
How
on
did
the
you
outside of.
Jesus
Huh?
is. How did you see it without red then? How did you see Jesus' words? It just was.
Well,
It just said
well,
Jesus.
yeah, what was supposed to be in God's words, what I remember or Jesus was red. But on the outside of every page was gold. So you know, if you close the Bible, it was always gold on the outside.
Right. No,
It was very
I got
very
that.
paper thin pages.
But you were saying something about that they weren't red.
Yeah, there was a point where people remembered red and it wasn't there, but it was like in 16 or 17. And I don't know what happened to that timeline, but I guess if red's there, then that timeline's
Sharky,
gone.
in different versions of I think it might actually be in my Bible. I have to look, but certain passages, as I think Rick is trying to say, in order to make it easier for us sheeple, they would put certain texts, certain passages of Jesus to emphasize, hey, this is really important. It's in red.
Yeah.
You might want to start paying attention.
Yeah. I mean,
but not all of it. Yeah.
Yeah, not all of it. I mean, it was just like parts were in red.
And I
remember.
I want to come right. I want to come back to an earlier point you made, Sharky, of like we should all follow Patrick because Patrick's so wise and he's so right. I'm using it as an example because certain people out there, unlike everybody that's on this panel and a majority of the people, if not everybody that's in chat, wants someone to make a decision for them. They're not brave enough to stand up. They want to belong. They want to be part of a group. They want to do what's accepted. They don't want to stand out. They're not brave enough to stand up and go, hey, this doesn't seem... I mean, you could almost see it in their body language and their voice. Well, yeah, if we just do what everybody says, then it'll end in 2 weeks. And then 2 weeks became a year and a half.
They don't want to go against the flow.
Yeah.
They don't want to go against the grain.
No, once they go against the grain, right?
But like World War II, they're it's easy for them to become automatic Nazis of you're endangering us all. If you just do
Right,
what they
right,
say,
right.
then
Yeah,
we'll all be
it's always
fine.
somebody else
Yeah,
is to
it's
point
total
the finger.
craptastic.
Yeah. Listen, to get back to, I'm going to switch it to Mandela effect. Did anybody see the one video that Stavely did about the it was the judge not let you be judged?
Let used to be judged.
Judge not,
Yeah.
lest you be
Yeah.
judged.
Yeah, all right. Now
Yeah, that's-
he said what he said, right? Now he said to Mandela, he said that what can you open up your Bible right now to where that's at? It's what is it, 7:1, right?
Yeah, me.
what
I
book?
mean,
Wait, where was it? It was, I had it open today. It was yeah, wait, I'm gonna have to go back to the video now. Oh, where
I'm
was
getting
it?
texted by my brother. Hold on.
What's judge not
Which,
yet to be judged? Where's that at? Where, what?
you guys, I'm gonna become a slave to Google. I'm gonna pander to big tech.
Okay.
okay,
Now
we're
I'm
seeing a little
drawing
bit.
a blank. Hold on. Yeah, chat amongst yourselves.
You know, I watched the Muppets and Kermit the Frog and Fozzie were driving down and they realized there was an actual fork in the road.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right,
Here it
it's
is.
a fork in the road.
Here it is. Matthew 7.
5:3.
Right.
Oh,
I
7:1.
got that. Judge not that ye be not judged. That's the
Yes.
old way. That's the old way. The way it's changed. The way it's there. It's judge not let ye be judged. Judge not let this be judged, or something like that. And he said
You
that
have that completely all messed up.
I remember judge not least ye be judged, but that's me. I don't know
no.
what I remember.
Listen, I don't know what he said, right? I don't know what he said, what the new effect is, what it is in there. All what I know is I have the old way, the way he said that you can't be seen no more. Okay? Meaning that I have an effect right here. I have some residue right here in my Bible.
Okay. So what does it say there?
In mine, it says, judge not that ye be not judged. That's the original way.
That don't sound right to me.
Judge not that ye be not judged.
That don't sound right.
Okay, well then
Well, here's another one. This is another variation, guys. And this is again what I think is the dumbing down. They're trying to make it easier for younger generations. Do not judge, or you will be judged. I guess the same meaning comes across, but me, Sharky, we just hear it when someone opens an older, and this was possibly part of the intention of messing up, bringing us back to the Tower of Babel. How many times has the Bible been translated? And well, Patrick should clearly lead us because he has the authoritative King James. I just have this knockoff something Schofield Study Bible, which doesn't quite cut the mustard. You know, but well, my Bible's prettier than yours. Well, mine has gold lining on the leaves. You know, it's pointing fingers but I agree with Rick. I think all of us can say from the different ways that we've said that one phrase, the general meaning is the same, but it does allow. I agree with Sharky that, you know, you get somebody with Sharky's beard, give him a staff, and he can stand there like Moses and say, "Judge not, yet lest ye be judged." It sounds more authoritative and it sounds more old school, but there's nothing wrong with what Rick said either.
No, you know, I can't just stand up there and throw down a staff because Moses didn't do that part anymore.
All's what I know, what Brian Stavely said, I looked at it while he said it, all right? And what he said wasn't there, Pat, matched my Bible, okay? and he said, I want anybody to take a picture of it and send it to me. And I went to, but I remembered I was on my wife's phone and I wasn't on my phone. I don't have my phone no more. So I couldn't do it because I
Excuse me.
don't have his number in my computer to send that. So, but that was the situation.
Yeah. See,
Because I
that's
was literally going to take a picture of it and send it to Brian. Because Brian was like, I want anybody to send me a picture of that. Well, there's plenty of
Oh.
residue Bibles out there, so why couldn't it be? So, but there was a lot of good live streams tonight too, because the other one,
Wow.
there's a beef between Richie from Boston and High Impact Flicks about this passage right here, Judge, not that you be judged.
What's the beef about?
Well, Richie took a shot at High Impact Flicks for selling masks during the pan epidemic, telling someone,
Right. Yeah, I remember when that happened. Yeah.
well, that's so now High Impact Flicks is trying to say, well, who are you to say I'm a shill? You sell shit too.
It's so,
you notice-
and that's part of the divisiveness. These guys should be trying to work together. I don't get it.
Well,
it's-
Brian's all pissed off of the hypocrisy. That's what he's saying. But Russian Vince is the one that I think is. I can't say he's fueling the fire, but it was on his show. And now High Impact Flicks is on that Russian Vince's show, and those two were going at it. And it was an entertaining show. It was. I mean, I didn't watch the whole thing, but
You know what this world loves, Rick?
So
This
who is mad at who then? I mean,
well, Brian
so
is
many
mad
people.
at Russian Vince and Richie from Boston. All right, and Richie from Boston and Russian Vince. All what they were doing is talking about like people like David Icke, gatekeepers, and Brian's name came up as a gatekeeper. That's all. That's how I take it. And Brian's a little pissed off that he is being seen as a gatekeeper. When I don't really see Brian like that. I see Brian as a good dude.
Brian's a great dude.
Right,
But
right.
there have been other people that have I don't know, guys, a couple years somebody had went frame by frame and showed how Brian on one of High Impact Flicks' videos where his eyes looked like, how they go reptilian like Obama's
Right.
the Queen of England.
Yeah.
So people were like, see, he's a shill or he's a reptile, whatever. I felt
Right.
awful about that. But like percent of Brian's stuff is I think it's on. If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna tell a joke to try to lighten things up a little bit. Well, nice. You're laughing before the joke. That's awfully kind of you.
Well, we
did-
wanted to comment on, but I didn't know that you even finished what you were saying. You just stopped talking and then went into the joke. Is that right?
Oh,
Or-
I was about to.
That's it. He
No,
wanted
not
to
yet.
break
I
the
haven't
news.
told the joke yet.
Yeah.
What did the cheese say to reflection?
nacho cheese.
Hello me.
Is that right?
I'm not familiar with that brand, but that was the joke that was sent to me.
Halloween.
HALLOUMI. I'm not familiar with it, but if you're looking at your own reflection, it'd be like a hello me. But anyway,
Gotcha.
I am not a cheese connoisseur. I mean, I should start to be because apparently cheese and wine go really well together.
Yeah, I drink
So,
cheese.
back
I
to-
drink my cheese and
I drink
my
my cheese.
my beer.
I drink my cheese.
I do, look, I'm all fancy, Ken. Look,
Oh yeah, I
He's got
remember
He's got
when I
it. He's
was
got it on toothpick.
when I was
It's
there. He would cut them cheese cubes up. He would cut them up and he would put them all in a little jar with toothpicks, and then he'd shove them in front of me, and it would be like throughout drinking through the night, you could use toothpicks to stab your cheese cubes and have little cheese cubes while you're drinking.
Yeah.
Back where I'm from, we either shove popcorn or peanuts or pretzels in front of somebody. That's expensive.
Yeah. That is it.
He goes all out with cheese and wine.
That's it. That's the way to go, right?
Yeah, he's a
I
good
love
shit.
cheese. I'm not a wine drinker though.
I love wine. I love wine.
But
It
hey, I
was
would
always, it was always, remember, what was it, Fresnia, the box wine? It was coming in a box, Fresnia.
Oh my goodness!
I think the name changed on it. It was.
I wanted to get back to that argument that you were talking about between all them guys, but then they brought somebody brought Brian Staveley's name up. But no, I have to agree. I like the guy. I mean, I wouldn't pass up a chance not to meet the guy.
Right, but that's where I throw whether it's I'm forgetting this one doctor as well as RF rubbed me the wrong way when he threw up a particular friend of mine under
Dr.
the bus.
Kaufman? Are you talking about Dr. Kaufman?
It could be, but where every single guy when they're starting their goes and make sure you click on my link for Patriot Pantry, and it's kind of like, guys, I get you need fundage to keep the lights on, and you're showing that you're a high production. You're showing you got this nice boom microphone, and you're coming through in 4K. But it wears on my nerves a lot when these guys like introduce their own commercials, and they almost sound like Hollywood going.
They are,
and try these vitamins I'm promoting, and blah. And I actually want to ask all of you guys, depending on where you shop. I think it was a little over a month ago where someone had told me either their Sam's Club or Costco started having, it wasn't Patriot Pantry, but it was an equivalent of long-lasting, instant, basically prepper food. And It's like, are you guys telegraphing it to us any further that you're going to mess us up, and that you're going to have people going in roving bands with weapons and guns, going house to house to try to get food because people didn't prep? And I don't know. I'm personally not prepping, but I joke with some of my family members that we buy stuff from Costco, so we've got 4 things of toilet paper in the basement just because we bought it every time it was on sale. We have some degree of canned goods, but nothing on the order of specifically not Patriot Pantry, but some of these things they're guaranteed to last for like 30 years, and each thing you buy can feed a family.
Yeah, I don't have any of that either.
Well, listen, I had 3 months of it wasn't Patriot Pantry. I forget what it was. The name is slipping my mind right now. But it all got burned up in a fucking fire.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Survival food's no good to me. Now, I got my water. I salvaged my water, but I didn't get the food. The food was on top of the refrigerator, and the refrigerator didn't make it. Neither did the deep freeze. So, I mean, I was shit out of luck.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did get my 30 gallons of water, though. I did get that. I got, that's all I can say I have. I got the 5-gallon, the jugs. I bought 5 of them. And that's only for the fact that I couldn't at the time. I went to buy 10 cases. I used to buy 10 cases at Aldi, like every, 2 weeks or so. And the one time I went at Aldi, it was during the epidemic. It was right as it was starting. And water was nowhere to be found. And that was the only water I could buy was that gallon of water, and for a reserve. I could, eventually I got 2 cases here and 2 cases there because when the water did come out, they had the limits on it. But
Well, we were having a fun time until Rick came on and brought us all down.
oh,
He's bringing up he's bringing up really good stuff. And incidentally, that's the thing that
can't
that
handle the
surprised.
truth, Pat.
It's not that. I
No,
like
but
his
this was
title.
supposed to be it was
His
supposed to be
title
a
was
light show.
supposed to be an easy going, but
Yeah.
I in other contexts, I'm grateful that you brought up that I never thought heavily about High Impact Flicks, but I always thought he was bringing what he came across, and to see RFB and him pointing fingers is just not. That's not the way. That's not part of a solution. That's
Right.
you should be
Yeah,
building bridges, not tearing each other down.
Right. No,
Have
I
y'all-
agree 100%. I
Have
mean, I
y'all-
do.
Y'all ever noticed that a lot of the bigger channels do go through the complex, and it's like they're enemies, but then all of a sudden they made up? And do you ever wonder why they made up? Maybe they know each other from a different sort of a group or something. It's life is weird. You always got to question things. So when I see, people, I know I'm from a family full of Masons. Evidently, my mother was a freaking Mason here. The mother I knew was not. Her mother was. And so I'm just saying, I'm not in the same fucking reality, but I watch these things go on, and I'm like, wow, and I've never seen anything bad. But it's not like I know like the higher ups or anything like that kind of crap. It was just always, people kind of helping out, giving a favor to somebody else to get a job. Come over here, drink some beer with us, or come over here and womanize with us, or come to the duck camp. It doesn't matter, whatever, you call these different groups. But I kind of, I have to wonder when I've saw over the last 6 years on YouTube or whatever, and it's like all of a sudden, whammo, there's a big conflict, and you're kind of like on one side, and the other people on the other side, but then all of a sudden it's back to normal, and then I wonder like, wow, man, they settled that pretty good, but then it's like, what the hell was actually going on here,
I wanted to say, Joe Dirt, I wish you the best of luck and may God be with you. He is going in for surgery in 3.5 hours, I think. Or,
bless you, Joe.
sometime Monday. Sometime Monday morning, he's going in for surgery. And I believe it's heart surgery. So,
oh yeah, you're gonna be fine, Joe. Don't fucking worry about it, man. You're gonna be told. You're a fucking trooper, man. Don't fucking worry about it.
I want you to know though, as whatever is going on, I hope that you have somebody that can let us know on here how you're recovering and stuff like that as you go along, because I'm sure when you first get it out for the first week, you're probably going to be really sorry. You want to get on the computer. So I hope I can you mean a link to Joe Dirt's channel?
I think he means a link for to call in.
What a link for what?
I don't know. LED wrote. I don't know if LED wants to come in or.
She does. If you could drop the StreamYard link, Patrick.
Oh, the stream link. Okay. Okay, I got you. So I didn't see Joe. Did you say when you were going in? Good to see you, Ken. Did I put the link out there?
You did.
Or
You
did I
did.
not put
Thanks,
the
buddy.
link out there?
Yeah, Joe. I know Joe's gonna be fine. Even if he's not here for us, Joe will be there for us and the others. That's how
I
Joe
love
plays.
I love your faith and your belief in that, Sharky. That's awesome.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
You're welcome, Ellie. Come on in. Joe, you can come in too. Ellie, you can come in.
I can't.
Welcome back, Rick.
Yeah, I'm trying to get on Google Images so I can put a picture in my avatar. But
I should have thought about that. I was too hasty and trigger happy to click the stream.
Well, it's good to be seen. It's just my camera isn't working in this. So
Hey, don't worry about it, Joe. You know your heart's already in the right spot here. So, I mean, you're in a whole
Joe,
different
you'll be
body.
fine,
So
dude.
don't worry about the body changes at all. You know, I mean, if it has to happen, it has to happen. But you're gonna be totally fine, man.
Joe,
Yeah.
Sharky can.
I know you'll be good, dude. I know you'll be good. I know it.
Yeah.
Just by who you are, bro. You'll be fine.
Yeah, you know what you should do, Joe? Drive that tractor up to the freaking hospital. Drive your tractor up there. You know, the old one that you didn't run for a couple of years. I saw you about 2 years ago or something. You made a video and like, I got this tractor and there it goes, and they just drive that fucker up there and
Oh my
you know,
goodness.
give them hell, man.
So what's up, Beer Boy?
Bear Boy.
What does it say, Beer Boy? Bear Boy?
Bear Boy.
I can't
Bear
read.
Boy?
Who's got something on in the background? Is that you? Is that Bearable? Bearable or whatever it is? Yeah, he's got something on in the background. Can you kill that noise in the background?
Oh, it's
Yeah.
Oh, hi guys. Sorry, I'm just a bear. Don't mind me.
There.
Better.
He's got his YouTube open still. You got another link open, buddy. You got to close that link, and you can unmute your mic. You can figure that out. It's not hard. There he goes.
Yeah, like I'm following chat on a browser window open, but I've got that muted while I'm on with my camera.
Hello.
Hey, Ellie.
Rather on StreamYard.
Hello.
Hey, it's Ellie V.
Hey, yeah,
Hello.
So good to
Ken
see you.
twisted my arm.
I
Good to see
absolutely
you
did.
all.
How's Ellie?
What's up, Joe?
Joe.
How are you all doing?
Wow.
How's Ellie doing?
I'm good. Just chilled. Got a chai tea. Nice and chilled.
Very nice.
good.
I love that accent.
Sharky. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ellie.
I did breathing exercises before, so you have to breathe. And I did 30, breathing in fast and out 30 times, and then you hold your breath for 1 minute, and then
I would pass out.
I don't think I can.
yeah. So then you breathe in twice, and then you hold your breath again, and then you breathe out, and then you do it again 30 times. Breathe out, hold your breath for another minute, and then repeat it. And you do that 3 times, and it's so good. It's like chills you out.
Sounds like a painting contest.
Yeah.
It's like it's a meditative kind of breathing technique, isn't it? It's very good. It's very
Right.
good.
It sounds,
You should try it.
I know
Hey, Ellie.
breathing is very important, man. Breathing is very important.
Yes, it
No,
is.
it is.
Yeah.
It is, dude. But listen.
It
A lot of
totally
people
is.
don't breathe right, man. They do not breathe.
Very
right.
true, Rick. Very
They
true.
don't. They don't.
No,
man.
they don't. They don't
And
get
they
in touch
suffer
with
from
that.
a lot of headaches and stress,
Yeah, yeah.
shit like that. Yeah, man, it's very important. Very important.
Yeah, I thought
Hey,
about
I'll
that a couple
I'll-
years ago. You know, don't know how to breathe right, don't know how to relax, don't know nothing. You know.
I barely breathe here to begin with. A lot of times I'm like, am I even breathing?
Yo, I hold my thirst.
Did you like
Go ahead.
Did you like the 2 jokes I sent in? Did you like them?
First one went over really well. The second one, not so much.
I only
You
heard
didn't
one.
say it right.
I was
It's
time for the second one.
what did the cheese? So what?
No,
yeah, what did-
okay. I heard the
first
second one. I
one
didn't hear the first one.
was. Did you hear about the? You tell the first one. Ken.
I have to scroll back. I forgot what it was. Hold on. She's putting me on the spot.
You tell it so well. The second one was, what did the cheese say to its own reflection? Hello, me. It's so
I'm not familiar with.
I tell all
I'm
the
not familiar with
patients
that
that
brand of
joke.
cheese.
I tell all my patients that joke.
So
Hello,
so
me.
Sharky and
Halloumi.
Sharky and Patrick really liked the first one you told, which was, have you heard about the population in Ireland?
Yeah, that was funny.
No, what was it? What is it? I didn't
Dublin.
Dublin.
Okay.
Dublin.
See, I didn't hear that one.
God.
It's Dublin. It's a Dublin. That's some
Dublin.
Arkansas slang right there. It's Dublin.
You just slip it in there when someone's telling you about what's going on in the world in the news, and you just go, "Oh my gosh, did you hear about the population in Ireland today?" And they go, "What?" And you say, "It's Dublin."
Where are you from? I can't remember where you're from, Ellie. I'm sorry.
I'm from the northwest of
Where are you
England, so sort of near Liverpool.
Liverpool.
Southport.
Liverpool.
Yeah.
Okay. Looking at my
So
60s
so
globe here.
Liverpool,
And I can't
England.
read half the stuff anymore on my 60s globe because my eyeballs just. I think I've looked at too many blue lights through the computer. But yeah, you're over there.
Yeah.
You ain't too far from Arkansas.
Southport.
All you gotta do is wait a couple of years, and the air gets let out of the balloon, and it'll be a creek, and so we just gotta cross the creek to meet each other.
Yeah.
Sounds cool.
Oh fuck! What did I do?
When I was younger, they talk about going to Europe. It's just to hop across the pond. Yeah. Right.
Just skip across
Hop,
the pond.
skip, and a jump.
Yeah, hop,
skip,
skip, and a jump. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, I really try to remember back when I was in the service, and I had a New Year's over there in Rota, Spain. I got kicked off the ship because of my back, and me and 2 other Marines, and we made our way from Toulon, France, back to Rota, Spain, in cabs and stuff. They just literally kicked us off, and I was like,
Did you?
"Wow, that made a lot of sense." Just there goes the Tootie ship, and like, oh my God, I can't speak any of the languages, and we was on trains, and other people could speak English, but they didn't want to speak English, and then they're like, "Don't drink the liquor because it's got, not opium. It had maybe it was opium. It had something in it." I mean, we still drink a lot of beer, but it was a weird experience, just getting kicked out of the ship. That I mean, that was weird. At least one guy could speak halfway speak Spanish, but people made fun of us, and we made our way. But it was a brilliant experience. Got to see the trains and look at the surroundings as you're chugging down. I'd never been on a train before, so and see the graffiti and all this stuff in the countries, and I'm losing my point here. Oh, but we had a I was there, and I went to a big party. I walked like 2 miles or whatnot down. Me and my friends down to Marine Corps, down to a base party. And they gave everybody there I've got the little stickers and stuff in my photo books, but they gave us all a bottle of wine when we got in, and to pop open or whatever at midnight. But I somehow remember like thinking, well, it's not going to be New Year's until like it was a long time. It was a long time before New Year's would happen for my mother, and I was like, I want to say it was something like 16 hours difference between where I was at there and where Arkansas was, and it's not that way here at all. But it was a long time. I mean, it was almost a day. You know what I'm saying? 16 is a pretty good amount of hours to go without the next my mother's day starting, so or being at midnight, when they would celebrate the new year. So that's a bit of a weird one. But like I say, when we went through Portugal, for me was on the inside of Spain, because here it's on the outside, but it was on the inside of Spain. And a lot of people might not remember that, but that's what I remember. But it's an odd occurrence here. Sorry, I'll stop talking.
No, you're good.
Why?
Sir.
Yeah, you were good.
You're doing great, man.
I just sound like a weirdo when I.
You're doing absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Sharky, I love it when you share your consciousness with the panel and business. We like hearing what you're thinking.
Well, I threw Ellie out somehow. Is Ellie even here anymore?
No. Something that Patrick might remember. Ellie mentioned it in a previous stream of Mike of Algorithm. She literally has technical issues where electronic devices will fail or reboot on her. So I'm attributing that got bounced from that. It was,
yeah.
Trust me, gentlemen, it was nothing that anybody said.
Okay. I just, I do that to like I tell people at the stores and stuff like, well, I affect electronics and.
It's and there's the thing. And other people have noticed as they were intentionally slowing down devices. Part of it where they're like, well, clearly, if you haven't bought an iPad or an iPhone or a new device, we want you to pay good money and do that. So we're going to start intentionally slowing down your electronics till you get so frustrated that you have to buy a new one.
Right.
Yeah, it's no faster than it was 6 years ago.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I say 6 years. It might be a bit much, but you know what I'm saying. Though I'm using that kind of loosely, I guess. But I do believe that. Yes, I do believe they slow it down and then they just kind of say the same old crap. There's a weird. I had a weird time frame. I don't know if anybody remembers this crap, but this was around. 16, 17, 18, 19, around 2019, I watched, and it was like a big city like New York, and they were talking about, hey, 5G's rolling out. How great is it? And the newscasters are looking at their phones. Oh, man, it's so fast. Da, da, da. And here, evidently, we still haven't rolled it out. And I'm like, well, what happened to back then? Where did that timeline go? Well, I mean, we should have been way past 5G by now, as far as I'm concerned. Because it literally was going on and literally rolling out back in 17.
That feels
it still
good.
Has.
What? Sorry. I don't know how that happened.
Oh, that's okay, Rick.
Appreciate you getting a handle on it, Rick, though. But there's the thing, Sharky. People, way when this all started, other I don't like using the term, but it's applicable here. Other truthers were saying that what they're putting in us is directly linked to 5G. And that at some point, once they get enough people injected, they're gonna flip a switch and it's gonna trigger who knows what and activate whatever. Welcome back, LEB.
Hello.
Welcome back. I knew she'd be back.
It could happen again. It happens all the time to me. Sorry.
No, we explained that for the viewing audience at home. Yes, we
can't
covered
totally explain.
LEB's mutant ability is she can make electronics not function.
Yeah.
But only if they're her own.
Don't feel bad for sure. I do that too, Ellie. I mean, it's kind of weird when you go to the stores and you're like, and I tell them, I straight up tell them, like, I have to start laughing. I'm like, yeah, I fix electronics and I have to sit there while they reboot and try to, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm can be a very patient man. So I find it funny.
It is funny.
Yeah.
It is funny. I set alarms off and everything. It's quite bad.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I've never done like with the street lamps, but I know some people are able to, the street lamps will go off when they get close to them. And I'm not like that kind of a messer-upper or whatever, glitcher.
Yeah, light bulbs. I find light bulbs don't last long with me, and electronics don't work well with me. And Algo said doesn't watch. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard. I've heard some people.
And it's like, when you can, like, if when you get like a static shock.
Yes.
Like sometimes it's kind of strange, but sometimes my friends have said, like, if they've been near me, they go, "Oh, I felt like a bit of static from you or something." So I don't know if that's a thing. I don't know.
You're a biofeedback.
High energy.
My cousin Mike was here, and then I can tell when he's off, and he can tell when I'm off. And before he left earlier, he was like, he kept asking me, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And I'm thinking, "Yeah, I'm okay." But I did tell him, I said, I do feel a bit off, and I think it's got something to do with the big solar flare that came through yesterday. And maybe I'm having some kind of a strange effect from that. But I didn't.
It could well be, sure.
I know.
And I felt a lot better once I got a shower, At like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I got a shower, and I felt better, and I was like more re-energized because I'm a Cancer in the water, and
yeah.
But
makes you feel better, cleanses you.
Yeah. And so I was more uppity after that, and so I mean, but I don't even know how to explain these things. I can only talk vaguely because I'm literally a novice.
No, but this is it. How do you explain? Yeah, you try to muddle your way through it and work it out as best you can. But how do you explain to people that these things happen? And
you really can't.
And it's such a mind-boggling thing.
I mean,
it leaves you discombobulated at times.
Yeah, and
I'm
it's
not
like
trying to horn in on your electromagnetic territory, Ellie, but you're right. Like, I'd have a coworker that would they'd walk by me, and I'd either be on task so I didn't notice, and they'd be like, "You shocked me," and I'm like, I didn't even. I guess that maybe I'm an out of water electric eel.
Yeah, when I'm in work, sometimes I mean, I do blood pressures manually a lot more because it's easier for me. Things just go. Yeah, it's just how it is.
The automatic ones don't read.
They don't read properly. They just won't work. Sometimes they do. A lot of the time they don't. So I've just got to. So I do it manual. So
I have to agree with Crunchy B. A lot of the times the street lights
not
go
all the time.
When I go underneath them, they'll go out. I was telling a friend that one time that was riding with me, and they just kind of rolled their eyes like. I'm like, didn't you just see that one go out? Yeah. We could have burned
you're
out.
Connected. You're connected to it, you see. Yeah, we're all connected to the source of energy, aren't we?
Yeah, I've had
one way or another.
Monsieur.
I want to kind of Marie because I've never met her before.
Yeah.
Bonjour.
Hey,
Hello,
Marie.
everyone.
Hey, Marie.
Hello,
Hey, Marie.
That was my
Hello.
mother's name, Marie.
It's a pretty name.
Marie Rose.
So what's up,
Merci.
tonight? Marie? Did you want to talk about anything?
Hello.
Hello.
You want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
It'll be a.
Are you playing a practical joke on me?
Oh, no. No.
It sounds like you're such a sweetheart. Yeah, it sounds like you're a little man. Yeah, it sounds like a man to me.
Look at Joe. Did you see Joe slap his head?
What?
Joe, with the reaction Joe just gave,
That was a good face palm, Joe.
Well,
That was just. Well,
that was strange. Yeah, that was strange.
yeah.
You get all types, man. You know.
Oh yeah, in the land of Oz, what's the difference?
Exactly,
There is
Sharky.
none.
True
There
that.
is none, man. You're in it.
Sharky, we are the Gelflings in this whole realm, and we are fighting against the Skeksis. That is how I see it in my head.
And I just got done saying we haven't had a troll in a long time.
Well, I made singing videos on mine, and the trolls kind of went away after I started singing to them. But
Good tactic.
I work. I don't know. They don't really seem to. I mean, I might get an occasional. It's not even a troll. It's like a bot, So it's like the bot will throw some kind of a link that's probably going to some sexual device for Dr. Evil.
Didn't it sound like a guy?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, it was a dude. I caught a male vibe.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely a dude.
That's why he wasn't talking.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Through it all, man.
Yeah, that's what I got. The giggles also sounded like a guy, like
trying to act like a girl. Unless he really did get the giggles, then you don't know what's going on with them, right?
Yeah.
It could be a her.
I mean,
so what's going on?
places
Why
dumb.
can't we pop popcorn anymore? I just tried 2 bags. I went through 2 bags of popcorn and it won't pop in the microwave.
Yo, I've had that issue last year, like 2 years ago, all year long, to where we couldn't pop popcorn in the microwave. I don't know what's going on with that. I thought it was just bad popcorn that I got.
No. You've got to go out. If you remember the movie Real Genius, you got to take your bag of popcorn out there and walk up to one of them fucking towers and stick your bag of popcorn next to there, and a laser beam is going to pop out of that tower.
Yeah, I remember.
And it's going to pop that bag of popcorn. And it's going to make it so big that it's going to fill up the entire area. And you can swim in it and eat it and drink it and throw popcorn all over everybody, and you're all,
So was that predictive programming, Sharky?
I don't know, man. I did like that movie, The Real Genius. That was a really good movie. I like the dude he was the guy that hid in the closet, and he had his own like little room down there, and he entered in all the contests of a contest for like Taco Bell or some crap or Frito-Lay or something, and he was like, I've entered this many amount of times, and I'm going to win all the prizes, and he did, and it was people that are so smart that they crack and they become something else.
Yeah, they do.
That was one of Val Kilmer's first movies, Real Genius.
Yeah, my favorite movie of his was the funny movie where he kind of went over to Russia or something. Remember that? It was a spy movie. It's a funny
That was
movie.
World War II. I didn't think it was
Spies Like
Russia.
Us.
He was.
Well, I don't know. I can't remember.
It
I mean,
wasn't
I'm
Spies
really.
Like Us. It
Yeah,
was a
what's
different.
Spies Like Us?
What was that
Like,
called?
my
Spies
favorite
Like
movie
Us
from
is
him
with
would have
Chevy
been
That was
Chase.
Dan Aykroyd.
Chevy Chase and Dan
Chase,
Aykroyd.
Right.
Yeah.
And they did go to Russia. That's true.
Yeah, I
I
mean-
like that movie. That was a good movie.
Yeah,
What
I would
was
say
it?
my favorite Val Kilmer movie would have been Willow.
Oh,
That
Yeah,
was awesome.
very
very
good.
Yeah,
Love Willow.
One that I
Willow
would
was
say
a good
just
film.
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One that
Don
would
Truth
just
and
barely
Willow.
edge that out would be Tombstone, or on par with it. Tombstone, he did a good job. As
Yeah,
Don
he nailed.
I like Tombstone.
Yeah.
Tombstone was freaking awesome.
good. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
You
But,
hear that, Dolan? That's Latin. Now I really hate him. I mean, all the quotes throughout that movie were just awesome.
I think he played a
Yeah.
good part playing Doc Holliday.
Yeah,
he
he
did a really good
I'll be your Huckleberry.
Yeah,
he
I'll be
was
your Huckleberry.
he
And he
was
flashed
in
that badge
such-
going, see, now it's official. And it was just like psyching
Yeah.
out Ringo. It was good stuff.
It was he led his life in that movie through no fear of death, and in that, he had the great friends, and he had faked them out like, oh, I'm dying, and then what did he do? He went and saved his friend, because he knew
Right.
his friend would get shot by the other guy, and he's like, no, fuck it, I'm coughing up blood, and but this body's going to move this way, and so I'm going to do what I got to do, and without fear itself, and that's what I like about his character. It was like there was no fear. I mean,
Fearless.
fearless. Even when the
Right.
body's failing, it's no fear. So
Even
That's-
even in I can't think of what the name of the sheriff.
Oh, Kurt Russell? No. Wyatt Earp.
Wyatt Earp. Okay, even
Yeah.
Wyatt Earp showed no fear. Like, I mean, he got in that battle in the alley there. Boy, he didn't get shot once, and the bullets,
Yeah.
and even in the river.
at the river, the river scene.
He didn't get shot once there either, and it was almost like they were part of the system, part of the roles that they had to make it so far. It's like some people, they have their own roles here that they play, and I don't know. It's so hard to tell what is going on anymore.
Well, the only way to become a
it
true
is.
hero is right there in the moment. So you never would expect you would be. I mean, we can always think, "Oh, I'll be a hero," but when it comes to the moment, it's like that's when. And I say hero,
But
but
it's so weird. In my younger days, I didn't look at them guys as heroes. I looked at Jesse James as a hero.
yeah,
I looked at
Right,
Billy the Kid
yeah.
as a hero. Them were my heroes.
Right.
The Bank robbers, and because we all know that more than likely most of them stories were made up. I'm sure
Yeah,
that
but
they
we
were
didn't know that
outlaws
as a
in their
kid.
own way, but they're mostly made up.
Yeah, but we didn't know that as a kid.
No,
Well,
I know.
they,
I know that.
they showed that in that other country movie. What was that movie? Dang, was that The Unforgiven? Where the
Unforgiven.
guy was the writer, and he's like, "Well, wait, hold on, with Little John or whatnot." And he's like, "Well, now who shot first? Who who did this, and so he could write it down, you know. And I think it wasn't The Unforgiven. There was that writer dude there that was like the kind of nerd guy. He was kind of a
Oh no! You're talking about
slimy.
You're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
What
You're
was that
talking
movie?
about regulators. With the regulators, right?
Oh wow.
Bad boy. Wait.
Young Guns.
Young Guns.
Young
yeah.
Guns.
Yeah.
Was it Young Guns?
I think that's what you're talking about. Young Guns. Yeah.
I don't remember.
I thought this was with
Make
Gene
you famous.
Hackman.
I'm not sure.
Oh
maybe
well,
it
then
was-
if it was
If you're
with
remembering
Gene
Gene
Hackman,
Hackman, then
it's
it's
not Young
probably-
Guns. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
Gene
like-
Hackman. It was like Gene Hackman. But was he in The Unforgiven? Was he the one?
What
that,
did you
know,
say,
it was
Ellie?
like, you better bury Ned right.
I'm
you
not
know.
sure on that one. I'm not really.
Sorry. Yeah, it was. It's a movie, but I don't know.
No, know the name of it. Yeah, it
Yeah,
is a Young
anyhow.
Guns. I know that.
How long ago was the movie made?
Back in early '90s, late '80s.
And who was in it?
Gene Hackman.
Gene Hackman.
He was in
Morgan
Superman
Freeman.
as well, wasn't he?
Oh
Yeah.
man, yeah, he
Yeah.
played it really good. I liked him in
Yeah.
Superman. He was funny.
Yes,
Yeah.
he was.
It was a
He did
Western.
a pretty good. He did a pretty.
He did a good job in that.
Yeah.
Evil Lex Luthor.
Lex Luthor.
Western movie.
Do you remember the Goonies?
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
I need to watch that movie. I do not. I
Yeah,
have not seen that
They
movie.
they showed no fear
you
going up to. Yeah.
Well,
Going
I
up
was
to
gonna
one
So
say.
eye.
the Gene Hackman movies are The Unforgiven,
That's
The
it. That's
Quick-
got to be it.
The
Mm.
Quick and the
Or-
Dead.
Well, it might
yeah.
have been The Quick and the Dead. It might have been The Quick and the Dead. Let's say I'm not exactly positive on what that reference is from, but yeah.
What's the reference?
Oh hell, what was I saying a while ago?
Well, you better bury someone alive.
The Quick and the
Yeah,
Dead.
Yeah,
Redemption.
you better bury Ned right, but he was talking. There was a slimy guy that was the dude that wrote the cowboy book, and he was kind of slimy. He was, I don't know, he was just slimy to me in the movie. But he was asking Gene Hackman when something happened, how did it go down? Wait, no, who shot who first? So, and then like Gene Hackman kind of changed the story up, and even like yeah, it had to be The Unforgiven because I think he ended up asking the same kind of a thing to Clint Eastwood, and Clint Eastwood basically told him to go fuck off. It told him to get the hell out of there. He's going to be the next one or some kind of shit, Told him to
Yeah.
fuck off or some shit, It was like yeah, okay, you're a bit of a slime, so I don't exactly recognize you as a human, so just move.
Hey
move,
guys, I
move.
just wanted to pop in
Get
and say
out
hi.
of the way. Yeah.
Oh, Joe, is that Joe?
Yeah,
Hey,
just wanted to
so
pop
I
in and
mean,
say hi,
When
guys.
when
I'm
you
gonna
going
try
in, Joe? When's this going down?
to same crap I told you a couple months ago. It's finally the day, so
Oh no, that's so you're going in today. That's what I was asking.
so
yeah.
they're going to give you an
Someday it'll
entirely
just be-
entirely new heart, Joe.
No, they're gonna take it out and then cut out the scar tissue.
Take it out and cut out the.
I'll put
Yeah.
it back in.
So
Yeah.
are you going on to
Wow.
bypass then?
Yeah,
Is that? Yeah.
Right. All right. Yeah, Joe, you'll be good, dude.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah,
they'll
don't damn
freeze the
sure.
body, stuff like that.
You will be good. Yeah. I hope it goes, quick.
Yeah.
Hey, man,
quick,
I've
quick
used
and
myself.
easy.
We'll be
good. I've
thinking
already
of
made
you.
it a few years longer.
Oh, you'll
It's
be
not-
fine, Joe.
It's nice to meet you, Joe.
Yeah, it's great
You
to
are-
meet you guys.
You
Great to
are
meet you.
you are
Don't believe we've
I
ever
will-
talked.
No, we haven't. No,
Good
so
to
it's
see
lovely.
Rick around
I
still.
have talked a little in chat, but right, not on directly on a panel of a live stream now.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, Joe, God bless and quick recovery. And I know we'll be doing shows again in the future, dude.
Oh yeah. No,
There's
no
as
doubt
soon as I
about it.
can,
We'll
I'll
be
make
thinking
a
of you,
minute or
Joe.
two video and just upload
Yeah.
it.
Cool.
yeah.
Cool.
There is nothing I could say to you that you don't already know.
Yeah.
You're
Well,
fine,
I'm not-
man.
Hey,
So
whatever
do
happens, happens.
do you have anybody that can update your update to us to make sure you're all right?
No, I
Or,
don't.
I mean that you're
I
coming
tried
along.
to-
and-
I tried to make my boy kind of understand how to work this stuff, but the reality is, if something happened, he probably wouldn't even do it anyway. So I just figure that I'll be back around the 7th or 10th, at least for a few minutes to say hi, and that's about
Okay.
all I can do.
All right. Yeah, we'll see you then, Joe, without no doubt.
Yeah.
But I just
Oh,
want to stop
hopefully
in
you
and
have
say
a
hi.
really quick recovery.
Oh,
Yeah,
so-
hopefully it's before then.
Yeah, quick
Yeah.
recovery.
No,
Yeah,
I had to
prayers.
take a couple months off there too. I was freaking kind of gave up, lost a lot of hope, started drinking too much, and I just had to take it off and sober up. I've been fine for a while now and feel pretty strong. So let's get her done.
Well, hey,
Right,
brother,
right.
you when you wake up, you find us again, whichever ones of us are still here. Some of us might be not there, some of us might be there. Find us again and let us know your travels, because the travels are interesting for freaking sure. And you are fixing to go on a journey, and so that's what we all are doing. And so just look us up, find us. We'll be there the same way as you will, a version of us. And if we're kind of argumentative or whatever, I don't think we would be, but just tell us to fuck off.
Somehow I don't think that's
Well, I recognize a few of your personalities pretty well after watching for a few years, so I'll let you know if you guys are off, because I'll be
All right,
fine.
man. Do it, brother. Do it.
Prayers said and sent, Joe.
You're
We know you're in good hands.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
totally.
good doctors at the Mayo, so it'll be
Yeah.
all right.
You'll be
Hey,
fine.
love all you guys. I just wanted to say hi. It's been a while since
Appreciate
I
it.
popped on.
Yeah, God
Now
bless.
this is my Richard Simmons look.
Oh
Let's
my
get
goodness.
physical.
Physical.
Let me hear your
Wanna
body
get-
talk. Let me
Patrick,
hear
I don't
your
even
body
want to
talk.
describe what you look like right now.
Oh, Sharky's laugh.
Look like you had a condom on for a minute.
I know, it's so fucking funny. Oh my God. I can halfway see it. I
Okay,
just
Hey,
can't.
Patrick, it was cute though.
Let's go
I'll
black
give you
then.
that.
He's fucking, now he's a gangster.
Oh, we forgot the sunglasses.
Oh,
Let's
you gotta
see
get the-
your body.
Is it Coach Jake?
Put the
Let's
cock shades
get
on.
physical.
Now you look like
Body
Fedora.
talk.
I think Ken should sing a song.
Oh, Ellie, I'm not that drunk.
Oh, I am.
I think let's see. That's something being on, and now Mike is in the stream. Hey, Mike. Algorithm just
Hey,
chiming in
Algo.
chat.
Hey, I'll go.
What's up,
Hey, I'll go.
Elbow?
Hello, I'll go.
Silence.
Well,
I like
I
how
had
Algo
half
always
of a
sneaks in.
suspicion that he was going to pop on.
Hey, what's Algo to come on? Algo, click the link.
Are you going to sing,
Can you
Ken?
have
I was been
Hey, yeah, you gotta
Wow.
sing it.
Ellie?
Come
Why are you
on.
putting me on the
All
spot?
right, you sing it. Come on. I'll make.
I'm in a cheeky mood.
I'm drawing up the contract right now.
No, somebody's somebody gotta put out a song in the chat,
Hey,
and
Floyd.
then
What's happening, Floyd?
we will all try to sing it at the same fucking time. So that
Oh,
would be kind of interesting.
that's an
We
idea.
are
That's an idea.
family.
Hey, Floyd.
All my
my
brothers
brothers
to
to
me.
I'm not singing that. No.
Oh my god.
We're family, but I'm not singing.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
That was fun.
There was a new. I ran into a new pandemic video today.
Oh my god.
It's by it's called Illuminati Part 2. I dropped the link in the chat. If anybody listened to it, I hope you liked it.
How long ago was that?
What was that song I heard? I heard somebody had a really good song. They actually sounded like the group, but it was like Foreigner or somebody. It was like somebody like Foreigner.
Foreigner were good.
Foreigner's got some really good songs.
Yeah,
but,
if I messed with my phone, it would probably knock me out. But yeah, it was
I like Pink
somebody
Floyd.
like Foreigner or somebody around that era, and
What, it was a
it was
new
a-
band?
Foreigner. No, they're old.
No,
man.
no. But you were saying something. There was a band.
Yeah.
that sounded like
There,
Foreigner.
somebody made a whatever you call it, a spoof. But
a cover.
Oh, was it Bear
parody?
Media?
A
Bear
parody,
Media?
truth parody spoof of but whoever was singing it sounded just dang like
I'm even forgetting his name. The lead singer. I'm forgetting his
the
name.
lead, yeah, the lead singer of that group that was singing. I want to say it was a song by Foreigner, something like Urgent or something. But they redid it. My friend Sonny had sent it to me, and I was like, yeah, it's actually really good. It's actually really good.
Some of the people that are doing those are really,
to-
really talented people.
Well,
Yeah,
Bear
they're really,
Media,
really
Bear
talented,
Media
you know.
knocks it out of the park every time he releases a single. Bear
Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock.
No, that's Andrew Dice Clay.
Oh,
yeah,
I
yeah.
know. I know.
Every time I hear
Little
that,
Jack
Andrew
Ford
Dice
Yo,
sat
Clay.
in
came
the
down
corner
250.
eating his
Hickory
beer.
dickory
Oh,
dock.
wait, no.
With a
Dick was
buck
stuck in
and a
my
quarter.
I won't finish it. Never mind.
What
Oh.
was that? The girl was it? What sitting around the spider?
Yeah,
What was-
yeah. No, it was that one was
What was the
Little
girl?
Miss
Right.
Muffet. Little Miss Muffet.
Oh yeah,
Sat on
Little
her
Miss
chocolate,
Muffet.
eating her
curtain
curtain
way.
way.
Great, yeah.
Along came the spider.
spider and said, "What's in the
Yeah,
bowl,
but
bitch?"
Oh yeah.
No.
That was Andrew Dice Clay. That was his. He was the start of shock humor and foul language, yada yada yada.
Right, yeah.
Th-
That
thank
was
you,
the downfall, like comedy.
Michael with the punchline there.
Yeah, he
Hey,
played his part.
Joe Elgo wants to let you know that he has. He says, tell Joe he has my good vibes.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll go and be one of the first places
Sharky like that.
In my mind, man, I just read. I go right.
Did I
What's in
miss
the
the
bowl?
joke?
Yeah. In my mind, I had a joke. I go, what's in the bowl, bitch? Was what he was talking about. But I thought about Joe and into the hospital, and it's like, before they give the anesthesia, and so maybe Joe should go, what's in the bowl, bitch?
That was it.
That's a fucking joke.
With the
It
Dice
it
Man's
popped through my
accent.
head.
I don't want to piss
With
anyone
the
off
Dice
that's about to
Man.
pass me out.
That's so stupid, but that's how my mind works. I don't know. Stupid. It's so stupid.
Oh fuck.
Gotta love this place. It's a funny place. Even
Yeah.
as serious as it can be, it is a funny place.
Singeman said, how did Tiny Tim get famous? Like, who the heck did he know? Because he was horrible.
Well, that's why I replied to Singe.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Saying he was a one-hit wonder and was a curiosity in a bygone era, pre-internet. And I mean, back then, you know, if you were unique or quirky or weird, that was enough to get you 15 minutes of fame on the talk show circuit.
Right.
Oh yeah. You know what I think?
I thought you were talking about Scrooge.
I don't know who. I don't know who Tiny Tim is either. I thought he was talking about Scrooge.
He got famous by strapping that turkey bone to his
does
leg and
right.
started walking.
You know, I'll tell you what I think. I wish it was a little bit taller. I wish it was a baller. I wish you had a girl and
I
a
don't know the
phone
lyrics.
out
Sounding
of
good,
collar.
Sharky.
Yeah, rabbits, Shark.
That's
Rabbit.
the part I know. I watched that shit like a week ago, and I was like, I said to my friend Sonny, I was like, hey, this is, you know, it was something she had wrote.
Who was
Something
that?
about,
Too short.
I don't know who the hell was in there.
No, it wasn't Too Short. It wasn't. No,
like, I wish
Too
it was
Short.
a little bit
Too
taller.
Short was a
And
different
he's
rap.
sitting on the park bench with some candies like Forrest Gump, you know, and he's like,
That's what dates why they framed that video that way, because it was done with him as a stylized variation of Forrest Gump. I very vaguely remember that.
Of who?
That makes it that video, official video for that song, puts it in a time capsule around the time where everybody knows who Forrest Gump is. Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Yeah, this
That
place
was
is
one of
just
my
not.
favorite movies, man. Forrest Gump.
I saw that when I was in the service, and
Forrest Gump was good.
Yeah, when that first
I
came
love
out, man, that was one. It was my favorite movie, man. It really was.
It just,
You know,
to me,
back-
it looked like a lot of special effects, and I didn't like that he was completely oblivious to everything, these historic, massive events occurring around him, and he's absolutely clueless to the importance of it. Like,
Yeah.
Well, that's what
That-
made
that
it
part
even
rubbed me
better.
wrong.
He didn't care about that stuff, man.
Where my mindset is at now, I can appreciate that, but at
Also,
that time, I found it just really annoying.
All what he cared about was Jenny.
Yeah.
I liked it when he
Oh,
says,
Jenny.
I think I'll stop running now. I like that.
Yeah.
He's got a huge following, and then he's like,
When the guy hits Jenny and he punches the guy and he says she says divorce or something, and he goes, Greenhorn, Alabama. I think I should go home to Greenhorn, Alabama. And he looks at the guy like he's gonna punch him again, and the guy like looks at him like, oh.
My favorite part, my actual favorite part of that movie is when Lieutenant Dan confronts
Oh, when he
God.
says he walked on the moon. Yeah, you walked on the moon.
Lieutenant Dan is like, bring it on, you know. Just kind of like actually the same thing happened in you know the other movie, you know, with the Truman Show, you know, but he's out there in the water and the storms are coming and Lieutenant Dan is just like,
right,
bring it on, you know, and then after that he's saved. So in the same thing in the Truman Show, after he confronts God in the water, Truman wakes up, literally, he was dead. He was dead. He drowned. He couldn't swim. He
Right.
couldn't float a boat. He was like, and his arms are out like this, you know, like God. And then he's like, what the fuck? And he's like, then he starts realizing what's going on. After, you know, I mean, in an entirely different way of what's going on. And so he wasn't surprised when he got to the wall and was
And he
kind of
could walk
knocking
up
on
the
it.
steps.
And,
Right.
yeah, and then the door opens and what's out there? Nothingness. What is that? I mean, what does that mean? Does that mean that's you?
Well, that's
Getting back to
space.
you? I
Exactly.
mean,
Maybe that's space, right? That's their space, nothingness,
That,
right?
oh,
that's
it's
on
Their
me because I
space,
never
not
watched
ours.
that. But
you know, like
that was
I
good.
say, you know, I don't know, Ellie, if you know, but my favorite color as a kid was always black, and it was in the freaking crayon box, and my teachers told me that was not my favorite color.
Really?
And they say black is the absence of color, but that was
Yeah.
always my favorite color. And what does Truman walk into? A black door,
Black.
a
Yeah.
black screen, a black anything. You know, it's
Boy.
like
So is
all
he
colors
walking? Yeah. Is he
project
walking
from
into the?
black.
Yeah, but is he actually walking into the higher consciousness of everything? Is that where he goes? You know.
I
That's a good
don't
question.
know. I mean, you know, on the other side of what he was feeling was the girlfriend that he was looking for. But is that all a projection? You know,
He built her
or
picture.
was
How cool.
he
Yeah,
built?
yeah,
He
remember
built.
He
that?
made
Yeah.
her face, didn't he?
Picture,
He
yeah.
looked for her
Yep.
eyes and her
He
nose and her mouth and everything. It
he
was so cool.
yeah. He actually did. Yeah, he really did rebuild her
Yeah.
to become when he goes through that space. And that's it's you know, it's a really interesting movie. I ain't thought about it in some of these sort of ways because I get talking about it, but I'm like, you know, some things don't hit me till I get talking about them, or other people get talking about them too,
Right,
for
when you
sure.
start
And
analyzing
so
things, sure.
when I start going, wait, you know, and why is it that no, you know, like I say, why is it that all the teachers told me black wasn't a color when I know it was in
It's
my crayon box?
That's part of the programming, Sharky. Like
Jesus,
Yeah,
the
man.
yeah,
goths, not
no,
even goths,
no.
but like the bad boys, and even whether it's I'm forgetting the names of some of these movies. Like this was a little fringe, and when I was younger and binging cable, there was this one TV show called The In Crowd, and so of course the bad boy, the rebel that wasn't paying attention in class, he was in a black leather jacket, and a phrase that I remember saying to people back in the day was, everything that's white isn't necessarily good. Everything that's black isn't
Black isn't
necessarily
bad.
bad.
Right, right.
Yeah.
But the programming from those school teachers trying to tell you that black couldn't or shouldn't be your favorite color is because that reflects their programming.
Right, right.
Why is it that
But
if you're a
see,
good
look,
little boy
listen,
that Santa can see,
if you want to like really look at it, though, I'm sorry to cut you off, and
you're
if-
fine, Rick.
what it is black represents the darkness, and in the twin paradigm that we live in, there's only two sides. If you're not serving the light, you're serving the darkness.
Well,
all right. So you're not. There's no Sharky. No, I know you like the gray, but there is no gray in this. There's
it's fine. You know, I mean, however you
there's
see
only
it,
two
it's fine with me,
sides.
Rick. I mean,
No,
yeah,
but I'm just
I don't.
saying, like I like gray too, Shark. I like the gray. I like that being on that line, living that line. But again, you have to. There's only two sides. You have to pick. There's light and dark. There's good and bad. It's light represents good and dark represents bad. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is.
Well, that's fine, Rick. I mean, but what do you know inside yourself? Are you the light and the dark?
I listen. I at times, yeah, I can be.
I know I am. I am.
And I'm not saying that I never served the dark, but I didn't do it intentionally.
Yeah.
I didn't do it intentionally. The only time that I could have served the dark is with light in me.
No,
because I'm serving the dark, right?
Yeah, and this isn't
so
like
I'm doing it out of love.
It's not a pick on because I can tell you myself. I can tell you about myself. I am the light and the dark, and in that I am the gray, and that's why I really do. I always kind of go back to it, like what exactly am I? And all right, so if I'm shifting sideways through the Mandela effect, and I've had other people that recognize me from past lives. that I might not remember, but they remember. I've been around for a long time. And what does that mean? So how far back does that go? So does that mean I was one of the angels that said fuck it and I'm coming down here, or is that one of the followers of those angels? And I have a tendency to think I was one of the followers of those angels, angelics or whatever, and thought I should come down here to experience. But in that aspect, as going through, you would have white winged angels, and you would have black winged angels, and you would have dirty winged angels, great, black winged gray tips. And I think we had to come down here, enough of us, to go through these lives to figure out what actually human is, because we hated humans, because we are not like humans. And I don't even know, I look around and I'm like, where are the humans? I don't see humans anymore. I see bots. I see weird crap happening here. And I don't understand it, and I don't know what the crap is going on, but this is not home. Everything as far as this journey I've been on in this shifting ass life with my family history and everything else, I'm like, I don't know where I'm at. And what does that leave me as at? I mean, what exactly am I? And the only thing I can kind of come up with is something similar to that. It doesn't mean that God doesn't love me. It doesn't mean, I don't understand God. I never understood the Bible.
Nobody can.
I think we were from we were from a Bible that doesn't even exist here. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm just throwing these weird things out there, trying to figure out myself.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to influence anybody.
But listen,
a lot of people are.
You're on. I'll say this real quick. You're on the right path. With saying that you could be an angel, all right, or you could have an angel inside you, all right.
Yeah.
Now, we're all whether you're coming to this reality or not, or you came to this and you don't believe it now. But we're all followers of Jesus Christ, and we're here to worship.
Oh yeah, and that's who I've always prayed to.
Right.
I
know you're right along with that, and that's all we need to worry about. If we did come here, He paid our ransom. He'll be back for us, right? That's all we need to worry about. That's all we need to concentrate on. We need to give all Him the praise, right?
Hey Rick, if you come over to my house, right, and I'm like, or we go to a restaurant, and I'm like, hey, don't worry about it, I'll get you a hamburger. What would you do? You would get it back to me. The next time we went out to lunch, you would buy me a hamburger.
Right.
So
yeah.
That's what we're doing here. We are paying Jesus back.
Right. No, I see.
For the hamburger.
Right, for what He did, yeah. No, and it's spread out.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
It's spread out throughout instead of, just imagine if we had it all at once.
I mean,
imagine what He went through. You know what I mean? He took the wrath of God in 3 hours, man. Yeah. He's spreading it out for us through 80 years or 70 or whatever He sees it, whatever our heart says we are. You know what I mean? So that's all we need to really worry about. You know what? We need to start, like, I agree with the NPCs and the bots and all this. We need to start praying for them. That's what we should be doing, right? Helping I just don't understand what they are, but that doesn't mean I have to understand what they are. Right, we can't understand. We cannot understand the mind of our Creator. The greatest men are nothing but fools in His eye, and even in our eyes. Our greatest men.
Absolutely.
They're no fools, man, and that's all we are. Like today, like this morning when I was in my clinic, I was talking some truth, and some people didn't like what I was saying. And I was like,
Yeah.
people don't like to hear the truth no more. And a couple people were like, yeah, well, they can't handle it. And then I started getting prideful. And then I was thinking, wait, hold on. Wait, I'm just a fucking fool here myself because I'm waiting in line with these motherfuckers. What am I doing in this line? How can I be so fucking smart and prideful when I'm right along with these people? Like, I don't
At
like
least you
hearing
ca-
the
at least
truth
you-
either. The truth does
Yeah,
hurt,
and,
man.
that's why
But I don't
when
like
I say
hearing this lie no more
Hey,
neither.
hold on, guys.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hey, I'm gonna take off. I'm gonna try to get a little bit of sleep, and maybe someone else can pop back on then. And,
Okay, Joe.
We'll catch y'all later, man.
Hey,
got
hey,
it, Joe.
we'll see you. We'll see
Take care,
you.
Joe.
Believe
Yeah.
me, we'll see you.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, we will see you, Joe.
Hey,
Yeah.
thanks for the smiles, guys.
Catch you
Yeah,
later,
take
bro.
care, Joe.
Love you, brother.
Peace and love. Yeah, so who is it? Come on, Algo.
Oh yeah, please bring more weirdness because I know I'm weird enough. Things that go through my mind. I'm trying to.
We're gonna be calling it early tonight, anyways, because
Yeah, you looked beat earlier, Pat.
man, I have been doing 5-hour streams, and tonight is already 3 hours.
Right? Yeah.
Time flies. I mean, shit. But
Yeah, and when you know it does, it goes even quicker, man.
yeah.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, but it flies without even.
It sucks. Tomorrow's Monday. Back to getting up at 3:30 in the morning. Not happy.
Yeah. You can get off. You can get off of that fucking bullshit, Patty. I totally believe you can.
Yeah, but
that whole fucking thing makes no sense to me. I'm like, why are they regulating your life like that? Why do they make you go up there every fucking day?
No, they should give. They should give you if he's giving
a month's worth. At least a month's worth.
They should give him.
I mean, every day.
Pat,
I don't understand.
But I was going to ask.
I can't. I got two people talking to me. I don't know which one to listen to.
All right. Well, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. What?
Can you ask your doctor to bring you down in milligrams on the Suboxone?
Yeah.
You can. Are you doing that?
Yeah.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I'm down to 4, man.
Oh, okay. And what you start out at?
22.
Really?
Well, I started at 4, but I was up to 22.
22, right. And now you're back down to 4.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. You can do it, Patty. I mean.
Yeah.
Well, it's not that. It keeps me. I mean, I ain't got nothing fucking to do during the day, so it gets me up. It gets me out of the house, and
it gives them a routine.
Yeah.
It's something to do.
What else I got to do? Fight crime?
Right.
I mean,
yeah.
You got, hey, Pat, you got a lot more tape to rip down, all right?
Yeah, it sucks. I hate just fucking sitting around waiting to die or whatever. I don't know. I'm just
that's not living, dude. You got to learn to live again, right? That's what I'm coming to terms with. Living while awake, right? Living while in this fucking sea of eyes, man.
I can tell you something that happened to me, Patty. I know I've heard you mention it before too. I know I told you how they had me on the sleep apnea machine. And I realized it was connected via Bluetooth, and the computer system would regulate that. And my cousin is the one that woke me up on that, with telling me I can't take a nap anymore without going to my bed and putting that CPAP machine on.
Right.
And I'm like, wow, that's going to fucking kill you, man, because what happens if the computer goes down? and it never breathed right into my mouth anyhow.
Well, that's my problem.
When I was clean shaven and would grow whiskers, basically, it never worked right. It would wake my son lived, stayed in the bed with me back then, and it'd wake him up. Dad, you're like this, trying to breathe through that fucking damn thing, thinking
The
everything's
mask as
okay,
well.
and
Yeah, the mask
it was
is
a big,
nice,
big,
isn't it?
big plastic mask over my face.
Right,
And,
right. It suffocated
mean,
me. It
oh, it was horrible,
literally.
man. It was a drool fest. It was everything, and so
Hey.
I'm glad Patty has said, he I told him what I knew.
What were you gonna
Yeah.
say, Ellie?
Some of them you can have them the CPAP vents where the mask it like covers the whole face, not just the nasal and mouth area.
No,
They are quite brutal, really.
What? Yeah, no, I agree with you because I had a sleep app machine for only a couple. I tried it a couple times, but it would change my breathing, like how he was saying,
Yeah.
how it's regulated. Like there was times where I would want to breathe in, and it was sucking air out of me.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it was actually suffocating me
Sucking it,
instead of,
yeah, sucking the air
instead
out,
of
yeah.
fucking breathing how I should breathe. Like
It's a computerized lung, is what it is.
right,
And
it's
you
an
put-
iron lung in a way.
You're putting it on your face, and I didn't agree with once I found out. I got mine. I was fine with it till my cousin said that shit to me. Like, I can't even take a nap on the couch anymore without having to use this thing. And I was like, fuck it, man. And you know what happened after that?
What's
My
that?
mother died. My mother died in this house. My meemaw died in this house. My mother died. And the only thing I could come up with, and they wrote it down, it was me. I'm not a medical person. And I'm like, she definitely died in her sleep. She looked like she was straight up awake. Even at the funeral, even my dad was like, I've never seen a woman or a person look like they were just like literally like laying down asleep. She was smiling. Not like smiling, but she looked happy.
Peaceful.
And I know she peaceful. And she shifted. And she shifted from me, and then the after effects, I had Meemaw here, and Meemaw went through the dementia and all the way back down to the horribilistic baby stages of having to be a nurse. I was her caregiver. I did things that I don't even want to talk about to try to keep her body functional. But
absolutely.
And then, the grandma and the mom literally passed away within a wall's length, which is only about that far, of each other. And I already had ghosts in this house, but whatever. It's I don't know what this place is, but it is weird.
It's freaky, isn't it? It is
very,
freaky.
very
Sorry about that,
freaky.
Sharky.
Oh no, it's fine. It's just part of it. But it's like those gateways open up when someone dies, and to have someone like my mom, my mother, so close in the room. And my son's in one of those rooms right now, sleeping. But my mother had actually saw a woman poke out of the same room, and my mother was over here in a chair, a lazy boy recliner when it was still functional back then. And she looked down, and I come in, and she's like, "Yeah, I saw a woman's head poke out through the doorway, like leaning out like this, and look at me." And I'm like, "Well, what'd you think, Mom?" And because I knew my mom saw stuff, and I knew I saw stuff. And she's like, "Well, I wasn't scared." She just kind of leaned out and was looking at me for a little bit, and then she went back in. And then, then that's the same exact room my mother ended up passing away in.
Wow.
Well, this is what I wanted to talk to you about when you were talking about shadow people last time.
Okay.
When you see them peeping out, like your peripheral vision, you can see them at the corner of your eye, or they'll peep around the doorway. Because I see stuff like that, and it's like they're almost as shocked to see you as you are
They
to
are.
sort of see them. And
Yeah,
it's like,
man.
and when
That's
you
what I get
said,
from
why
it.
would, yeah, and you said, why would a ghost play peekaboo? And I'm thinking, well, exactly so. Why would a ghost play peekaboo with you? You know, they're just gonna, you know. I mean, I've been in work and a kitchen in the kitchen, and the cupboard door was opened in the staff kitchen, and I've been
Yeah,
at home. Stuff's happened where there's always things going on anyway around.
yeah.
But shadow, like where you are seeing them at the corner of your eye, it is like they are peeking at you. And when you said, is it like two reality? Is it realities that are merging? You know, like sort of.
Yeah.
One's dead, one's alive, and then that one's alive, that one's dead, and it's a time thing, and it's so messed up. Oh my god!
Yeah, it's like, what is it? You know,
Well, we
Ellie,
don't. We won't know until we're there.
No,
Ellie, I've got a video on my channel, and a friend of mine that's gone here. She ended up having to take herself out, but for medical reasons or whatever, you know. I mean, but a really good friend of mine was Alice in Mandela Land, and her name was Tara, I believe Tara. I always talk to her as Alice, but she helped me. And I had all these. I was doing these EVPs in my house in 16 or 17, and all of a sudden they started actually working, and I started hearing weird things, and I'd bought a Bose system, and I'd bought a big TV, and I would kind of at that point put it back into, and then just listen back, you know. And I made all these recordings, and I finally realized what I was talking to was both the past, the present, and different fucking countries, and also the underground government, the fucking government that's underground here. And
Thanks, Patrick.
and some of these things, you know, would get kind of nasty, and but they would come through in the way. I mean, I've got a video so you could watch it. It's called Shark Khan Nal, EVPs at Shark Khan Nal's house or something.
I'll watch them.
But it's on my channel. You'd have to find it. It's from like 3, 4, 5 years ago. But it's about 30 minutes long. It's not an easy thing to listen to.
No.
And,
I've never actually I've watched EVP being done, you know, like on
this was
line, but I've
weird.
not done EVP.
This to me was, and I ended up having, I think it's still up here. I ended up having these people come out here, right? And I was drunk. Back then I was still on opioids, and I ended up I don't know where the letters at. It might not even. I mean, it's up here somewhere. But anyhow, I had this group of people come up, and I wrote them, contacted them, and there was this old Vietnam veteran dude and his wife, and they came out, and they were part of a ghost hunter team or something. I'm like, look, man, I got some stuff going on here. I think it might be interesting.
Yeah.
They set up cameras and crap in my house. And then what ends up happening after the fact is my friend Alice, evidently she knew a lot of these people that do these things in the big group. She's like, I don't even know who the fuck these people are. And I end up being followed, like ghostings, like followed.
Well, they
I'd
can
go to the dollar store, and that van would be there. Like, this dude came out, and he told me, you know, he was a Vietnam vet. He was like 68 or something. His wife was, you know, like 65 or something. And I brought him into the house. My one dog, barked at them, barked and barked and barked, and like in a bad way. And I invited the vampires into my house. And then they set up their shit, and they did their shit, and we're walking through the house, and their equipment failed. The batteries failed on their equipment, and they're like, I've never seen this before. And I'm like, well, I've seen on fucking Ghost Adventures a bunch of times. The fucking batteries failed. He's like, no surprise to me. There's some crap going on here. And then they never got back a hold of me, and I kept calling them. And when I did, you know, they were like, oh, no, there was nothing there. That's what they told me, basically.
That there was nothing there.
3 words. There's nothing there. Even though I watched them go through what they went through with their
Right.
crap failing,
Yeah.
and it's like there's nothing there, and I'm
Right.
like, yeah, right. And then I saw them, and then they followed me after that, right? You know, and I
Yeah.
would see them, the van or the car, and I'm just like, where am I? Literally, where am I? And that was,
Yeah.
you know, as I say, 16, 17, and with the Mandela effect and everything else, I'm like, what is actually going on here? You know, because for some reason I had to let the vampires in, and then the vampires tell me I'm insignificant, basically.
Well,
When this kind of thing, and like I said, if you watch my video, you can hear it. If you know, it'll take a bit, probably, or it might not take a bit, but you can hear these things talking back to me, asking them. And I had so many other videos, and they got kind of lost because my phone fell in the creek. But I had so many other videos where I was doing the same thing, asking them real time questions, and I would get responses back. And I asked them about the Mandela effect, and they didn't know really much about that. I asked them about things like, well, what scared me at the creek? And it came back a snake. I'm like, well, yeah, because a freaking snake jumped out when I was trying to go down there fishing at my creek, and it's like, whoa, you know, and kind of move the snake, you know, go back in the water, and I go fishing and stuff. But it was real time questions. I asked asked them, what was your favorite car? And they said a Hemi, a 426 Hemi, you know, and I'm like, a Dodge. They would tell me, I would ask, and these things that were both from it was the weirdest shit I've ever experienced. And I quit. I totally quit after that because I was like, all right, I'm dealing with basically, I guess, being a ghost. So I'm a ghost.
Yeah.
I'm talking to other ghosts. And on this land, there has been Scottish, there has been British, there has been English, there has been, you know, people with a bit of a different lingos. And there is also the underground that's going on now with the government underneath me, right as I'm sitting on this spot. And these things would be like, can he hear me? Is he talking to me? Like, and I'm like, yeah, I can hear you. And I mean, it got that weird. And I was like, what's the point anymore? I don't know what the point is of carrying out trying to contact, because I've had plenty of contacts through my life just by, you know, living in the house and hearing the footsteps in the house when I grew up, and things, and my grandpa telling about all kinds of crazy stories, you know, from back in the 40s and stuff. And I'm like, what am I actually looking for here? And I'm like, I'm not looking for anything. I already know. You know, I am a ghost in a machine. I'm the glitch. Something is off here, and this place isn't. I'm sorry, Patty.
I think he's sleeping.
I'm sorry, Patty. He probably is. I probably put him to sleep by my talkings. But,
No, you're good.
No, I'm just listening.
I guess it may be good for Halloween or something, but yeah.
Topically, yes, you mashed it with ghosts and vampires. That was pretty good, Sharky. But it's interesting because that's where I feel like if we can say that either an extension of Algo's chat or Patty, I mean, we have a lot of overlap here. But if we're like, and if we can all be crime fighters, vigilantes, Batman, superheroes, I feel like I'm not anywhere close to where some of you guys are at. Some people in chat astral travel. Some people in chat, like yourself, Sharkticon, you actually interacted with these intradimensional beings.
Yeah.
I don't have any of that, and I think part of that might have been due to the fact when I was young. I can't say that I was stronger in my faith when I was younger, but that because I would say prayers from memory, like rote recitation, that kind of like what Alga was saying in chat, you have to give these entities permission to enter the house, permission to harm you, and if you don't, and that the name of Jesus has power. So if I'm saying these prayers, even as a child, I'm surrounded by protection. So I never encountered these things per se. But the fact that you can interact with these shows that you're on a higher vibrational level, or that what you're doing matches their vibrational level.
It came through, Ken, like distortion, but invasion of the ants is what I always call it. When the TV would go off and and they put the programming in there, and it's all invasion of the ants at midnight. You watched your Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. You watched.
Well, I watched Elvira, the Mistress of the Dark, for other reasons, but I know.
Yeah, well, I did too. But but it was like like a poltergeist, and but in the distortion, you hear, and you will be able to understand the whatever this witchcraft language is that we speak, right? So and it's not even witchcraft, it's just a spellcraft, whatever you want to call it.
Absolutely.
I don't want to say like witch, because I believe witches are good, but
But I'll agree with the spellcraft language.
So it's spellcrafting the language, and so in that I was able to hear things that I wouldn't, but it took me a bit. It took me a bit, and then once I was kind of more in tune with it, I started more interacting. I went from like listening, playing back, and then talking to I was doing it and I was hearing it, and I'd be like, "Oh no, fuck you, motherfucker!" Like don't bring that, don't bring your negativity to me. I can hear you. I can straight up hear what you're telling me. Don't no, you ain't gonna be talking to me like that. You need to go back and play nice. Go back, play nice. You want to come back into my quarter and you can play nice. And I would talk to these things like that. And it's a bit odd, I don't know. But eventually I just let it go. I mean, I heard my mother's voice. I heard my Mima's voice. I've got a thing on there, and I could hear my mother's voice saying Reese. Sometimes that video works, and sometimes it doesn't, depending on the timeline I'm in when I replay that video, because it's there clear as day, and in other timelines it's not even there at all. It's not there at all. So what the hell is that? I mean, I don't know it's a video of mine that's personal, that's on my channel, that does change. And either you will hear my mother saying Reese, or you will not hear my mother saying anything at all.
That's very interesting.
It's strange. Yeah. It's what do you do with that? I don't know what to do with this stuff. I'm like you, I mean, I mean, what do you do? What do you really do?
Hello.
But there's the thing, Sharky, that I think, again, where I'm crediting you for having some sort of, you on a vibrational level seem to be more in touch with the flux and flow, the ebb and flow of what some people are called dimensions, what other people are calling timelines. I don't notice that, although there are other times where like my twin brother and I'll have a talk and go, I could have swore that lamppost was over such and such. So I can absolutely accept the possibility that, well, no, if you want to go DC Comics wise, and I'm sorry to throw off chat if people aren't familiar with the DC.
No, there's truth in movies, truth in all the things they show us. So
yes, I've somehow managed to go to Earth 2 instead of Earth 1 or Earth Prime, and that's I agree with you that seems part of what you're experiencing. But it's interesting that the video plays differently depending on the instance. And getting back to, again, where I keep quoting Alan Watts, what I quantify as experiencing the eternal now, I do agree with Rick that there is an inherent duality to existence, but that there are also allowances for gradations and gray in between those. But that with the duality, either a switch is on or a switch is off, and if it's depending on the dimension that you happen to be in that given moment, Sharky, it's either you will hear your mom, God bless her, my condolences to you, is either on or off. Either you'll hear it or you won't.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
have to put
and
the cake
and you
together,
know,
sticks,
some
like-
some. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was muted.
That's all good, Rick.
Oh, that's okay,
Sorry.
man. We're all muted here anyhow, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, you know, and some people are like, oh, you know, that wasn't your mother, that was a demonic.
I was going to
you
say,
know, you feel if that's your mom, and you know, you would
Sharky.
feel if that's something else imitating your mom. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
Sharky. Sorry. You know when you say imitating, so I thought, this is years back, I thought I seen my uncle driving past in his car, and
Yeah.
he looked like my uncle, but his whole face was like not my uncle, and he didn't look human, and I was like, I thought I was like, I'd gone into like a daydream or something. It was just so strange. And then I found out that my uncle wasn't even, he was like, I think he'd gone to Blackpool or somewhere that day, so he wasn't even in the area that day either.
Yeah.
So I can't explain what I saw, and when I think of it, it just makes me feel quite chilled. I just don't like the thought of it, because whatever it was imitating him.
Yes, it
So,
could have been.
and is that an energy that just follows certain people around and plays with your mind? Because we don't know, we can't see what's, you know,
Yeah, I
we
mean,
can't see energy in front of us, can we? We can't see what's in that energy. We don't know, do we? We just know
no,
there's energy there.
we don't.
Feel.
We have to feel our way with
Yeah.
a sense that we're not used to using, because our eyes are trying to tell us one thing, but our energies, as far as a feeling, are like, whoa, man, you know, maybe that person's a bad person. Maybe you don't need to go out with that girl. Maybe you don't need to go to that party. Maybe you need to do this. Maybe, but nobody listens to those things. It's just, I mean, I always kind of did, but it's, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, so that's why I was always able to kind of drive down the road, and it's
Turn
like,
left,
well,
not
you
right.
know, turn left, don't, yeah, or there's a cop up there, start slowing down. Don't be trying to speed. If somebody passes you, just let them pass you. Whatever, you know, you're still going to make it at the same stoplight and be behind them, even though they pass 6 cars in front of you. And that's
Yeah.
what happens for me. The same thing with like, I would like to have that parking spot when I get to the Dollar General or the Walmart. You know, I would like to have, and then it's there.
Yeah, I've done that.
mean,
I've thought of things that, you know, I've
it's-
thought, and then it's happened, and I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's odd things. It's
Can't
odd things, you
explain it.
know. I mean, I can't make, you know, a $500 bill if
No.
it is a thing fall out of my
No.
fucking pocket. But little things that just are like, okay, that's helping. You know, I found food, you know, and it's not like manifesting, but I found food. I found a belt the other day. My belt, I dropped my belt, and my old belt finally fell apart. You know, it's like, I don't know if you can see it, but it fell
Yeah.
apart. And I walked through. Took my son to school. I'm like, my pants are falling down. I walked through the hallway, and there's another belt.
Yeah.
Whole another belt that doesn't exactly fit the way I like it to fit, but it fits. You know,
But it
And
serves the purpose, doesn't it?
it serves
Yeah, yeah.
serves the purpose, but it kind of hurts me because, you know, the fat, you know, rolls off the belly and it kind of touches part of the belt when I'm sitting down. So, you know, it's not that comfortable, but I'm getting it worn in like this one was. I mean, that belt's probably
But that's it, though, Sharky.
12-year-old
things.
belt. I mean,
Yeah, but it's things like that that happen, and you think, and if you try to explain it to some people, they just look at you like you. I don't
oh
know.
yeah.
Another-
And these people want to have sex with you. they literally want to, like, people I know, it's like they're all about, and I know I'm going way off, but this is the thing here. Everything here is so perverted. It's like you can't,
Yeah.
and what they don't understand, with, because I've got a girl that I've been talking to that's a friend of mine that her last name had changed from DUCT to DUCK, and she's still, again, asking me, what ifs, well, what I knew her as, and I'm like, well, if that would have changed back then, I wouldn't have my son. I wouldn't have lost two kids and wouldn't have my son here. And I probably wouldn't have went in the Marine Corps. You're talking a whole nother life fucking time. But it's probably happened somewhere out there, but I'm not in line with that. And because she doesn't remember her husband here, that evidently he hits her. I mean, it's not looking.
It's not good.
It's not a good thing. But the version of this dude I knew, and she was a stepper, so she was like a cheerleader. So it's like the band geek meets the cheerleader and gets married, and it should be happy ever after, right? No.
That's what you
And,
told though as a kid, isn't it? You told silly little fairy tales of you're going to meet a Prince Charming or whatever it is.
Yeah.
You get told all these things, and girls grow up and boys grow up and they meet or whatever, or whoever meets who. You either meet someone that is genuinely nice, or then you meet someone that is absolutely a fucking nightmare. So yeah. That's
and so she's showing me bruises from the other night. This woman, is my friend, and she wakes up and drinks vodka from the moment she wakes up until on and off through the day, just trying to fade out this place.
Yeah.
And this woman that I'm talking about, when I was in high school, all right, she worked at Brookshires, and a robber come in there, or Safeway or whatever. I don't know if it's Safeway, Harvest Food, or Brookshires, but one of those three brands. But she worked there. She was in the baking kind of part of the establishment. It was before cards, and you had credit cards, but there was a banking section there, and a guy come in there in Pine Bluff and shot her. And I was always like, all right, so I know she probably died, and she shifted, and she's had many of these things. She had called me up a few weeks back, and she said, I drank a little bit too much, and my car wrecked the other day, and I'm like, well, what the heck? And and she's telling me this weird stuff, and I'm like, and then she's telling me where she was at, and I'm like thinking, Pine Bluff, you're on Dalloway Road. Why? There should be cops everywhere there, but no cops. No cops came by. She had a wreck. Nothing happened. She was fine. The car got messed up. She called her ex. Her ex came up there and moved the car. Told her, whatever you do, don't get out of the car. Don't go up and talk to anybody, right? Basically, but then there was no cops that ended up showing up, and I'm like, you shifted realities, And here she's kind of like the crazy cat lady or the dog lady. She's got like, she didn't have any kids. She's got like eight cats and 5 dogs. You know what I'm saying? So what you would call a crazy cat lady, but I see through. And I'm just like trying to tell her all this stuff, but she doesn't get it. She doesn't get anything I'm fucking telling her. I'm like,
do you think that's
in the system?
Yeah, but do you think as well, because of her drinking as well, the way she's trying to cope with everything, that's obviously clouding her vision, isn't it? To see, her ability to see.
And she's asking me, would I get, would end up marrying her or something? I'm like, no, I've had my one wife per life. I've did this stuff. I ain't doing it again. I mean, and then the way to kind of probably get it is like, well, You know, if you weren't dating Robert back in high school, yeah, I would have, and where would my life have went from there? You know, and I can't make, and I'm not going to change a judgment on my part.
No.
It is the way it is. I'm sorry. You know, I don't, I don't want, it's been 6 years at least. I'm not trying to go out there and sow my loins. I mean, I'm like any other human. I have to, you know, maintain. So I do not go out and, do, you know,
Yeah.
whatever's.
I get you. I
know,
get you, Sean.
you get me. I mean, it's whatever we all do that it's like that nobody wants to talk about. But
Well, we're all
but
human, aren't we? I think
we're human, and you got those
Yeah.
urges, and yeah, and so you know, and so she asked me these questions, and you know, and I'm telling her, I'm like,
Are
you know,
we
would you,
human though,
would
Sharky?
you?
Are we
I
human,
don't
or
think so.
are we
I
just
don't.
like a conscious thought where we just think we're human, but actually we are just nothing?
Well, no, I don't think so.
I don't know.
Well, as the
I don't know
the
either.
band The Killers asked the question, "Are we human or are we dancers?"
Exactly.
Crunchy B, great to see you join the
What's up,
panel.
Crunchy?
I was out of the conversation for a while, so I just kind of jumped in. I don't know what you guys are really talking about.
Who is that?
Well,
Is that Crunchy?
Yeah.
A while back, Sharky was talking about
Oh man,
vampires and
Crunchy,
ghosts.
Crunchy is awesome. I love Crunchy.
Woohoo!
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
been a while, man.
Um,
I've been kind of caught up in Girl, and
yeah, it's been a bit.
yeah,
Yeah.
I've just, I mean, I like her. I really, really care for her, but I can't talk to her like I can you guys.
Oh, is this a girlfriend?
Yeah. I guess we've been talking for a month or two, but
Well, that's
just
kind of what I was talking about, Crunchy. You know, it's like this girl is asking me, you know, basically she's ready to leave her husband, and she's like asking me if I would be the next husband, and I'm like, no, you know,
You can't
I'm
just
not.
step into shoes.
Right.
I'm not.
Put those shoes on and
Yeah.
step into them and be that. No.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
I'm
not ready yet. Give me about 2 weeks, and I'll be ready then. Okay, I'll marry you in 2 weeks.
2 weeks is
okay?
a
I'll be
little.
ready then.
That's still kind of
Yeah.
shotgun wedding sound. 2 weeks.
Why does everybody have to actually get married? Isn't that like a
I
man-made piece of
don't
paper
know.
thing? Why do they have to have it
It's a-
signed off? It's like,
Ellie,
oh,
it's like it's what
you two
and
are
I-
together. We need to have it written down in ink, black and white,
And it
and
doesn't have
file
to
it
be.
away. Put it somewhere safe. So then, when we decide, you know, that's it. We can, you know.
Well, Ellie,
Ellie, you
as
know,
I was responding to Aldo in
That's so the
chat.
cities and the government can make money off you later when you go through the divorce.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's where they get you. Yeah. You know, if I was going to marry anybody, it would be any more what I know. It would just be a agreement between me and the woman.
Yeah. Well,
That's
I always
it.
thought
There- no rings, no fucking, you know, circle of life bullshit. No, fuck, you know, hey man, if you want to be with me, you're here with me.
Yeah.
It probably.
And I trust you to trust me that we will hold each other through this place.
Yeah.
Not,
you
know,
make a
but
little vow to each other, you know, and you
that's
bond
all
together.
it's supposed to be, I think. It's not supposed
yeah.
to be
Not signed off
any
on
of
a piece of paper. It's stamped with a date.
ritualistic.
Well, no,
Because,
exactly,
you know, it's
guys.
like-
That's where I was saying in chat. I forget if I think it was responding to Algo that's part of them putting us under their law. They're having us fill something out in paper that they can bind us to, and it's all part of the agenda.
I'm surprised none of us actually have one of our butt cheeks tattooed from birth. Do you know? Because really, that's what we
No,
should do.
because they don't have to do that as soon as you get, at least in the United States. I'm not sure what it is in England, Ellie. In the United States, as someone else correctly identified in another stream, we're assigned a social security number in the States.
Yeah, national
You are
insurance
literally
number.
given a number.
I know that. Yeah.
Well, right. So they don't have to tattoo it, because
No.
then somebody would
No,
say
I
that's
know. I was
signage.
being. I was.
Oh,
just
you were
being,
taking the piss. Fine.
Taking
Fine.
Other countries not have social security number?
U.S. is
What's
U.S.
that?
is our convention. What do they have in England? Ellie?
National insurance number.
There you have it.
Yeah.
Well, Ellie, I'm just gonna say I don't know. You know, I've never been hypnotized. I don't know a lot of the things that people do here. You know, with trying to figure out past. But
Yeah.
when because I said something to you here or there on probably Agos or somebody's channel, maybe my channel. I'm not even sure. But when I saw you, it hit me in such a way that I was like, and it's not like I said, pervy way or nothing like that at all. It was just like, I know you,
Yeah.
and I don't know where the hell I know you from, but I damn sure know you.
Yeah.
And you look like an angelic to me, and you was doing some weird shit with your head. You're like, turn your head down, and all his hair's over there, and I'm like, I know her, man. I know her, and I don't know where and when and why, but I have been around her before. And I can tell by, just like the way we've been communicating since then. I'm like, I totally, I'm not saying, maybe we
No,
were
I
friends
totally
in
get what
a
you're
past
saying.
life.
I totally get what you're saying because I feel that with you. It's like I know you. It's just a knowing. I don't know. It's like
I know, and I can't place it.
No.
And I guarantee it's not a marriage thing, because if it was a marriage thing, you would have the arguments in there. Me and you would be going off onto some marriage kind of arguments or something, because I've had that happen with other people I know that did turn out to be, between them and me and what they thought and what I thought. And I was like, well, maybe, maybe we were just kind of like partners or something. But then it's like, oh no. Ain't nobody argues like married people. So,
it depends, Sharky.
But I know you. But yeah. I'm glad you know me too. And so I'm glad to meet you again.
I wonder if the marriage thing makes it easier, like on their database, so they can just lump two people into one.
Yes and no. Like when I
mean,
don't mean
besides
to,
the money, I really don't feel like money has much
part of the
anything to
incentive
do
is
with
tax
it,
breaks,
but
supposedly.
I don't know. I gotta go. I'll be back later.
All right, Crunchy, take care.
Oh, what happened?
He had to go.
Oh, okay.
But and I wanted to address his point earlier about how this person, when at least my impression, and I wanted to find out before he had to take off, was that he said he can't talk to her the way he can talk to us. This gets back to what Patrick, Sharky, and I were talking about, of that one doctor, that one person that Sharkticon knows he can talk to now, where it's like, you get it, you know what's going on. But I also want to touch on what Sharky and Ellie were both saying, where, and I think it was in one of Algorithm's previous streams, of where certain people they seem to just know you. I myself have not encountered that, but this is where I confirmed with Ellie. People have told me I'm an old soul. People have told Ellie the same. In a previous iteration, maybe on another dimension or another plane, you guys have had a connection, and now that you've, regardless of how long it took to get there again, maybe it's also partly the synchronicity. I was following another YouTuber, and God bless Algo. Please.
Can I just say I'm gonna have to go, because I'm gonna have to go and check my sugars. That's all right, guys. So I'm gonna say bye.
Okay, have a good night, Ellie.
I will do, and you keep enjoying it all. It's been good. Thank you, Patrick, for having me.
Yep. Night, Ellie. Take care.
Night, you take care. And thank you. Night, Sharky.
Night. Have a good night. All right.
In about 10 minutes, we're gonna hang it up, anyways, guys.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm going to second that issue and dropping out. I'm falling asleep over here.
Sorry, Rick.
Well, I love you, Rick.
God bless
See you later, Rick.
everyone. Peace and love. I'm out. I'll talk to you later.
Love you.
Bye,
Be
everyone.
careful. Bye.
Okay, you guys can keep talking for a little bit if you want.
Just that I've never been more jealous of Sharky in all my life. I'm kidding, mostly kidding.
Oh man, I
To- to
just
have-
thought, I felt a bit of sadness because
Well, I get that, but the interesting thing of, and this is why like if we're going like Avengers or comic book or whatever, you guys seem to have a dimensional intuition or a connection or are able to traverse these different timelines that I just marvel at. And so, but what I was going to credit Algo, and before Ellie, to her credit, that was kind of her to sign off, was that in a stream of Algo's, we were talking about I was making the connection. This is what it took for me to connect the dots to find all of you. In that I was watching a separate YouTuber. To Algorithm's credit, he was in that chat. He dropped me his link. I found his channel. Literally, guys, October last year, Algo was talking to Stacy B. Something Stacy B said moved me that I had to call in, and that since last year, I've been off and on coming in and showing up to Algorithm's live streams. Rachel Rienstra, a mutual friend of Mike Steele's and my, she was the one that I first attended live streams on, and that's what gave me made me feel comfortable to come in. But earlier than I thought, almost not a fractional level compared to Sharky and Ellie's connection. Before I knew it, I was calling Mike's live stream my tribe because I had found people that I could relate to. And that was Sharkticon. I don't know if you were in chat on a couple of those occasions or not, Patrick.
I guarantee I would have had to match you too, Algo. It wasn't through
right.
Jason Christopher, so it had to be
No,
through Algo.
I was never
Algo
on
started
Jason
going,
Christopher.
Yeah. So it had to be through Algo, and that's how it works here. It's a bit weird how it works here, isn't it? I mean,
it's very weird.
If Algo had never, I mean, everybody knew Algo, but if Algo eventually was like, "Hey, I'm gonna come on, talk more." He's, like the rest of us, talk a little bit. Next thing you know, somebody kind of drops off like Jason Christopher, and then Algo appears, and it's like, thank you, because that helps bring. Because Jay Chris, I don't know what's going on with him, but he evidently he's had stuff to where he couldn't keep doing, but Algo
correct. No, I think it was to credit to Naika. She summed it up saying that he found what he was looking for with his family. So that's
awesome. That is the best.
Yeah.
That is the best. Yes, and so what else do you need? You don't need nothing else. He found what he was looking for through his family. So that is awesome. And then much love to the guy. I mean, the guy actually helped me. When I first started making videos, I asked him a technical question, and he wrote me back how to do it. And so I was kind of like one of his first 100 subscribers. Somehow I ended up stumbling upon him, or he was just supposed to be there. And I was able to go on the show a couple of times and talk. And he was always a real good person. Always liked him a lot, and still do. And wish him the best on his journeys.
Right, and you're reminding me of things that it comes up either in something on Facebook or wherever of positive thoughts. People come in and out of our lives, and just enjoy the time that you have them. You guys were fortunate that Jay Chris helped forge a path, and it served its purpose. For his sake, he's fortunate that he could make the choice and say, you know what, I got to bow out. He doesn't owe it to people to stick around if it's not worth them sticking around.
Yeah, Ken, you got to you don't owe jack shit to anybody. I don't owe jack shit to anybody. Algo don't owe jack shit to anybody, and Patty will damn sure tell you he don't owe jack shit to anybody. But it's like we like minds kind of meet together and we converse and we have experiences and this isn't even. I've been lucky to have Patrick over here. Patrick drove down to my house. I've been lucky to have a few different people that just magically end up coming down and showing up at my house. I'm stuck. I am literally a stuck being. And until this thing stops, I'm still stuck here, But I don't know what's going to happen, but, it's something's going to happen. But it's just like, it's a really neat experiencing when you do get to meet these people. And they are the same as you know them. And weird shit happens around your bubble, inside your bubble, while you're riding around with these people.
It's interesting.
Reality
Chuck,
changes and shifts in these stores. The things that pop up in the stores. I had a guy come down, Michael, he had a channel, and that dude showed up, man, and I was like this. Like, he got out and he's like, man, I gotta take a pee. And I'm like, well, over there. He got out of this little car. And the dude's like fucking 6'6". And I'm like, oh my God, the most gentlest giant you would ever meet, and
that's awesome.
And I spent a couple of days with him. He was here, the same way Pat, he slept back there in the bed, slept in here in the floor, whatever, and we went out, and walked, didn't do much like going out. We spent time here at the house and talking about all the weirdness and that kind of thing. Went to the grocery store, and all of a sudden, you remember them little cheese puffs?
Yeah.
Remember cheese puffs? Planters cheese puffs, and they were in a circle. They were balls, cheese balls,
chuff balls.
Yeah,
balls.
And they were in a cardboard container.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s, right?
They just came out with them again a few years ago.
Yeah, and so when Michael had came, my friend Michael had came down, all these sudden those things were there in the store, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And he's like, what the fuck is that? And we didn't buy any, but we were talking about them, and then I went after he left, and they were gone. They were gone. Wow. They were only there while he was there with me. And the 1980s cheese balls were in my dollar store in my little town, right there on the shelf with a little sticker.
See,
I mean,
I went to a friend's house like 3 years ago, and I saw he had some of those, and I was like, oh my God, I completely forgot about those.
They were so good too, man. They were so good. I mean.
So, and we were smoking, and I looked at them, and I ate a few of them. I was like, yeah, these are good. I miss these, and,
yeah.
But it said cheese balls, spelled cheese, CHEESE. And then we went out to his garage to smoke a cigarette, and when we came back, it was spelled cheese with a Z, and I was like, no,
with a Z. Yep.
I was like, no, I swear, just like 5 minutes ago, we were in here eating those. It said cheese, and then it turned into a Z. I don't know,
Yeah, and they're right there to let you know that, I mean, I don't care how much, faith you put into this place, man. This place ain't right. This place is shifty. It is a shifty place, and
there's these. You know how? All right, the NPC thing, the way.
Yes.
It bothers me so much because I don't like calling people. I think they're real. I think most of them have a soul. They just kind of are very programmed.
Yeah.
Crunchy, I want to address that, but I also want to address your earlier issue, and it's almost like you were reading my mind when you popped back into chat. First of all, that NPCs, when we all watched the movie Matrix, what little I remember of it, remember how everybody in the crowd, I think Morpheus had just tipped off Neo to say, anyone who is not with you is against you, and then everybody became Agent Smith.
Yeah.
I've
Yeah.
never seen where there's
Yeah.
like multiple Agent Smiths, anywhere from
Yeah.
5 to 60.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Each one of
Because they
each
can
one of
take
those
over any
Agent
body,
Smith-
right?
that, but more specifically, they appeared to be a woman, child, another man
Right.
when they actually are Agent Smith. Let's
Right.
not say that these NPCs per se weren't people at one point, or were, or for all we know, as I spread if Ellie or Patrick or Sharky also addressed it, we don't really know what this Matrix. It could be the Truman Show. We could be in the movie The Matrix. We could be in the movie They Live. The point being that don't focus on your eternal now moment and how you handle what's going on in the world. It's not so much don't waste time on these people. I'm a firm believer in if you put out unconditional love and you're all about doing acts of kind, genuinely kind, not because you feel like there's going to be some heavenly reward, but that you
Right.
genuinely are moved in your heart to do it, then it should correct. I always fall for the woman in red, and the geeky guy on the side who goes, "Yeah, I programmed her." There's that, but
Can
other issue
I
I
tell
want to
you?
address.
Sorry. Go ahead. Ian.
Go ahead, Sharky.
No, go ahead. I'll remember. All you gotta do is remind me about shopping carts. So.
Okay. What I want to address with you, Crunchy, was how you mentioned there's this one girl, 1 or 2 months you've been seeing her, but
Yeah.
you can't talk to her the way you can talk to us. My thing is there's a friend I've known for over 8 years, and for a while she was seeing somebody and we kind of had feelings. We kicked it off as best friends and yada yada, but we were on opposite sides of the spectrum about the election, about the jab, and I can't see her the same way that I did then, and I can't talk to her about any of this. Less than 3 weeks ago, she put a post up saying, I don't know why people hate Fauci, and I'm like face palming going, you know nothing about him? But it's either she's an NPC or that it's been so programmed in her head that anything that I say, then I'm a conspiracy theorist.
It's just so programmed. I lost a friend because I wouldn't take the jab. I lost all my friends basically ever since Mandela, and I became crazy, and it's just see, the thing about this girl though is she feels real. She's younger than me, and I can't push the Mandela effect on. I can't push all of these things that I know on her and try to force somebody to wake up and see how I do, but she feels so real though because she hates this world. Everybody else,
There's a shot.
that loves this world.
I would slowly start introducing certain things. And
she
maybe
has
come
told
around.
me it was easier to talk to her about glitches because she's told me she's seen some glitches, but
there's
things appearing and stuff. But I still haven't really. I mean, I've told her about the Mandela effect, but not really dove into it.
Gotcha.
Because I just mentioned it and then go on and talk about something else. I don't want to just go all into it, but she has told me about these glitches. It's like one time she was cleaning a turtle tank or something. She was cleaning out somebody's house and she got a tank and she was like, "Oh, it'd be awesome to have a turtle into it." And the next day she came in and there was a turtle. We went to a Wendy's, and I got 2 junior bacon cheeseburgers, and she was like, "Oh, you should have got something better." She was like, "I'm paying for it," and I was like, "No, you don't have to pay for it." She's like, "No, I'm paying for it. You should have got something better." And then I got the bag, and I was like, "Yeah, it's definitely not $11 worth of food there. It weighs like a pound." And she was like, "Yeah, you should have got a
Baconator.
Baconator." Yeah. She said you should have got a Baconator. And then right after that, the guy at the drive-thru window hands me another bag, and I'm just sitting there and I'm like, "Is that it?" And he's got his back turned, not paying any attention to me. So I look in it and I'm like, "Okay, we got all our food," and I drive off, and it's a Baconator. I'm like, "You just manifested that Baconator for me."
Oh yeah,
Dude,
yeah. You were supposed to have that bacon.
That bacon makes everything better. Algo's advice to you, Crunchy, is to take it slow and learn to take her step by step as she finds her way. You're doing just fine. The glitch thing is a good in. What I'd like to break things up, either we're going to go to Sharky about shopping carts, or I want Criminal to have the
when
floor
I first
for a
met
little
her,
bit.
we met on a it's not really a dating site, just like a social media type thing. It's called Meet Me, and her thing said, like her description said, I'm starting to wonder if I'm even real. And I was like,
yeah, there you go.
This sounds like somebody I
Dude,
want to talk to.
That's
Yes,
that
exactly.
it looks like you got an in.
And she
Yeah.
feels really deeply. She's very sensitive like me, and just I don't know. I like her a lot, but it's I can't. I don't know.
Well, I mean, hey, Crunchy. What are you trying to have more? Or, I mean, have you? I'm sorry. I don't know how to put this, but are you trying to mate here? Basically, I mean, are you trying to have babies here? Do you want to have babies here?
I already have to, man.
Or you know, some
she can't
people.
So
Some people, like me, are better off being alone. And then it seems like people, like this girl I'm talking to that I knew, you know, it's like, what are you trying to do? You know, I'm not, no. But I'm perfectly fine. And most of my life I've been alone. So I kind of get mixed up because some people like literally need a partner here, and
wait a minute.
I'm concerned,
not if you're not in love, don't have babies.
no, yeah.
Don't.
well, I mean, I'm not. I agree.
Babies is not the goal here. I'm
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
I mean, you gotta get the priorities straight.
we all
If
we
you're
all
not
need
in no, because couples that are just physically attracted and don't get to know each other and are not in genuine love, they should not have babies. No way.
Well, they will have babies though. That's the
No.
thing. But no, I wasn't talking about like asking.
Don't jump the shark, Sharky. They're working on that. They're still finding their way with each other.
Right.
It's going to be fine.
Precisely.
But what I like is they're talking.
I really
they're still talking. It's still at that. She seems like an old soul because it's not. She's not like dumping Crunchy because, well, what are you doing for me? And she's even offering to pay. That's rare in young ladies these days.
Oh,
right.
my God,
That almost doesn't happen.
Like a woman be able to cook anything. I mean, that's bad to say, but it is a reality. Most men can't cook either, so it's not like saying too much.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't had sex yet. We've kissed, but and that's what's great is because
that's great. I'm glad that you met someone, and I wish it goes well. But don't assume too much. Like, really get to know where their heart is at, what their agenda is about, what they care about, what their interests are. Because a lot of times you don't know a person within the first 30 days.
Compatible.
And then,
it took me
becomes
years
more
to know
clear.
my baby's mama. I dated this girl for 8 years, but it was on and off thing, and it was basically just sex for the longest time, and
just
and
the physical.
I got 2 wonderful kids from it, but I kind of I hate to say it because I do love my kids, but it just I wish I would have left a long time ago and not.
Isn't that so mysterious? Like, why do so many couples at a young age, when they're naive, not even ready for love, like
the hormone
physical seems to the lower nature always defeats the higher nature, and it's like it's like a setup. It's like it's almost deliberate.
It is,
and that's making me question.
No, it's by agenda, guys. No question. Don't think it's not.
Does earthly nature have an agreement where the dark side is deliberately working together with the good side? Like,
I can see
Yeah, I
that.
think so
you know,
here.
like Earth
I think so
nature
here,
seems
Prelim.
like
I do
a
think so.
trap. And I've been
Yeah.
wondering, I've been studying, like, wait a minute, you know, this whole thing is a trap. And I'm starting to wonder, like, the devil and the you know, the fallen one are actually two different beings, and there's a trap, like if you're pulled
Definitely,
into a demiurge reality against your will, and there's a setup of, you know, of physical deception to keep you reincarnated over and over, then we all need intervention from God to get us out of here. Because we're so vulnerable, and our spirit mind is blocked off by the human mind. Like we're not even aware of our true self, because ever since we got here, we've been controlled by our lower nature.
I'm
Yeah.
starting
there's
to
also
believe
that.
in manifesting things more and more. You know, just the way I know all of us have thought things, and then we've seen them happen. You know, we didn't say them. Our phone didn't hear us unless our phone is like, you know,
Yeah.
and it's not even on the internet. You know, it'll be in real life, right? So, what if we need to manifest God?
Crunchy, I want to put that in the context of what messed with my head when I was a kid when I heard this spoken from the gospel. Jesus was talking to his disciples and said, if your faith was strong enough, you could tell this mulberry tree to go into to fly into the middle of the ocean, and it would do it. I parallel that to your case of manifesting. If you baconated enough, boom, you got a baconator. But and where it seems almost on a whim, yet you did it, and it. But I want Liminal's point also that if God gave us free will, and I don't know anybody in the chat that can track it down. Where does it specifically say? Because I don't know where it says in the Bible that we have free will, but because if God were able to say, and you go to heaven, and you go to heaven, and everybody goes to heaven, then it's not free will. If we all had the blessing that coming down to incarnate and enjoy the human existence, its pain and its highs and its lows, then we're given the free will to say, okay, I want to choose the light versus the dark.
Right.
Otherwise, God's putting us on automatic, and then it's not really our choice, if that makes sense.
Right.
But there's like there's so many influences.
That we're choosing the guidance from the God outside of Earth nature, but that is being confused by many who are following the God of Earth nature. So Earth nature, spirit
God
nature,
created us and created everything.
People are misinterpreting what spirit nature is and what Earth nature is.
Well, if Mother Nature is not God, if God, I mean, okay, well, he created
Earth's nature is fallen nature.
Okay, so I mean,
Crunchy, we've got animals eating each other. Does that look like heaven? This is a fucking fallen nature, man.
It is, man.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. We don't like this world. None of us like this world.
It makes me mad.
I know, and then that's where I get. I'm like, I start to get mad at God.
Oh my God! You're not mad at God. You're mad at the fallen nature. Look at all the wars and all the suffering and just aging. But do you think getting old is natural? No way. Bodies that have to eat and whatever. It's gross, man. We're animals. We're not animals. We were spirit beings before this. You know, we were not animals.
Which makes me wonder why we even are human. Because I mean, I feel like my dog
It's
has
a
a
trap.
soul.
It's a trap by the fallen one. And if you read, like, I've been studying what the Gnostics understood and why the Romans rejected them, and how, like, they had it right. I think I could be wrong, but I'm still studying it. The Gnostics were the real Christians. And really,
I don't
know
know.
it sounds,
It's hard to look into
it's,
past.
the
And
reason why people reject it is because it's unpopular. It's like, oh, they can't be right because nobody. It's like, you know, seek and you will find. Like, we have to always keep searching. I think that's part of being, you know, anyone that's optimistic towards God in good faith.
Well, you know,
We always have the next lesson in front of us. We never just come to a conclusion. We have to keep searching.
yeah,
People stop searching, and then they get all dogmatic, and then they're like, "Oh, I'm right, and you're all wrong." That's where people stop growing.
yeah, but what if prelim we was all taught, you know, Patrick, what if we were all taught to go to source in our own ways?
Right, we are
without
Everyone's at a stage.
influence. I mean,
not
what
Yeah,
you know,
go for
what
that.
would happen to this world if everybody realized they didn't need a religion, they didn't need a source, you know, a thing. They just all they got to do is talk basically to themselves, which doesn't mean you yourself. So I'm not trying to get into all that kind of stuff, but in a portion it is part of yourself, because for me, but
Yeah,
but if you just, you know, like I've always, you know, I mean,
I agree. Yeah, it's what you're. Each person's at their stage, and
yes,
I respect that. Like if a person's a Muslim or Jewish,
yeah, because I mean,
a Buddhist,
you're all talking to the same higher being. I mean,
Right.
whatever you want to call these words, but
yeah.
I mean,
If
call
a
it Papa
person's a
Smurf.
Hindu, and if they want to go around the wheel, you know, 1,000 times, I'm not going to
Yeah.
stop them. It's like, well,
No.
if there's
but I will
more,
say, like, if they ask me, I'll say, well, you don't really have to go through all that.
Yeah,
if there's
I mean,
more than just God, if there is Satan and demons and angels, then you can't just kind of leave it all open, because you never know what you could think you're praying to God when it could be Satan,
well,
right?
I'm gonna tell you some fucked up weird shit that my brain goes through, and this is I told my cousin Michael, he had a pretty good laugh about it, but it is true. You know, I mean, I know I'm not from a you know, like, and nobody I really know. Only one or two people in my lifetime I know are what I call Brady Bunch family. And so I'm looking at things and I'm like, well, there's God, but what if God is from a dysfunctional family? I mean, so what are we? I mean, because this is a dysfunctional place. So, I mean, why would God not have other people next to him so he could talk to, so he could grow from, so he could, you know, learn from? Why would not, you know, total source have another total source, infinite, basically? And you know, why, you know, if you know, of course, the number pi. And I don't like do numbers and stuff, but so I mean, could the number pi, you know, be actually God, as a language, as another name? I don't know. I do wonder about this stuff, though. I mean, it's some
angels
weird
use
stuff.
mathematic language in the spirit realm. That's what I
Yeah.
in the spirit world, a number has great meaning. Like if a combination of numbers are put together when an angel is talking,
Yeah.
that's actually in place of, like, we use words and letters, but in the spirit world, it's a sequence of numbers, and it makes perfect sense there, but it's beyond human understanding.
Yeah, I can't understand it.
The weird thing is that we were there. We don't remember. See, the brain is actually more of a muffler. It isn't the source of our consciousness. We think, a lot of scientific people think, the brain is where awareness comes from, but it's actually more like a limiter, a veil, because the spirit mind is where our actual consciousness is. But while we're human, the brain enables us to be oriented only on our earthly circumstances.
Yeah.
I hope that makes sense. Well, that's where
I think
where I'm at. That's the stage I'm at. I could be totally wrong. I still got. We're all learning. Like it's
when you're under the influence of things, drugs and stuff, you can black out and something else can take over your body, your mind, and you don't know it because you're blacked out. You're not in control. And yeah, I like the analogy of like our bodies being a radio and we are the signal being projected into that radio,
Did you ever? Sorry, Crunchy.
No, go ahead.
That just made me think of that movie. A lot of people don't know, have not saw that movie, and I haven't saw it in a long time. So I'm talking back in the 90s or something when I saw the movie. But it made me think of that movie, Powder.
Oh yeah,
Powder.
I saw it.
I don't know if I ever saw it.
I saw it about.
Oh man, it's a good movie. There's stuff in there.
It's cool.
Wait, is that about that woman, the black
albino
lady?
kid? No, it's about a white, really white albino kid. White. And
he's got like white skin, and he has
can't get
awareness.
Yeah, it's a really good movie. There's stuff in that movie that is the way we are, I think, are supposed to be, but we're not able to be. So
I'm gonna check it out.
It's a good movie, man. If you can find it and watch it for free or whatever, but it's called Powder. It was from the 90s. It's kind of a one of a kind movie.
Sharky, what you were saying earlier about how some of us are better off alone. Some of us don't need anybody. I mean, I feel like we all need somebody. That's why we're here, right?
Oh man, I know, and I feel it all the time. I'm not saying
I'm not. I'm like a community person. I need a whole community. I don't like just one person. I'm not a rural person. I'm an urban. I like a whole community of 100 people that are manifesting a movement of, like in the art world or the music scene. To me, that's I'm not a loner. I don't even want just a wife and kid. I grew up in a Brady Bunch suburban 70s reality, yet I was longing for, like, man, where's the metropolis type real? I was thinking futuristic cities and all that.
Oh yeah.
Because in the 70s, the future looked way different. I mean, look at anything from the 70s. We were thinking really fantastic stuff.
Right. We'd have flying cars by now.
And like all of that got suffocated by the media control. Like, look what happened to media. Like, music got materialistic and shallow, and That's why the
Well, it's
movement
just so
hadn't happened.
horrible here. I mean,
The reason the punk movement happened is because they were so pissed at the mainstream media control, making everybody just shallow, materialistic.
you remember the Dead Milkmen, or like I used to listen to some bands, probably because I know you're a little bit older than me.
Okay.
But I like listening to the Dead Milkmen. I like listening to oh crap! I'm probably gonna lose my mind here, but
that's all right.
there was some other obscure groups that I've got CDs of somewhere around here.
Yeah,
And,
you don't have to, you know.
But I mean, it was like big blizzard in my backyard, and I don't know, it's just just kind of, hey man, what's happening? Oh, I'm going down to the shore.
Well, it
What
goes
are you
back
gonna
to
do?
even the psychedelic 60s were trying to rise above those in power, like, and they were doing very well because the Beatles really broke through all the Elvis Presley shit, and because they wanted to keep it very sterile.
Yeah.
Sterile and like non-intellectual, anti-imagination, just keep people controllable. And that never ended. Like, it's still going on today. It's worse than ever. Oh my God. Like, everyone gave up. The whole underground movement doesn't even bother anymore. They're just, because it's so stupid that there's no point. Because where's the audience? Only
I know. That's kind of where we are literally at, Prelim. I mean, it's like we look at this earth and know about everything we've seen change, and it's like we've tried, but there's no audience, and all I can do is just look around and go, "This place is falling the fuck apart."
Yeah, it's all like all these kids on cell phones listening to TikTok hippity hop bullshit. The most stupid thing I've ever seen. I can't handle it.
Yeah. They've got like a eight sentence long sentence, and they repeat it and repeat and repeat and repeat the same beat, same beat, and it's like
it's dehumanized society. They got these loud, thundering, bass booming cars. They drive along and they shake. They're like living earthquakes, shaking every house on the street. And it's the dumbest, loud, fucking demonic.
Have you seen this
bullshit? I hate those. I want to just. I have dreams of just
you might like this, Prelim. I was with my cousin, and he had a 1972 Challenger, and he bought a like a bass box kind of a thing, because the Challenger is not 1972. They had a really short trunk, and they were really thin metal, and his trunk lid was made out of a washing machine, so it was refabricated. So it was washing machine metal, and so he put these speakers in there, and we went to the beach, and my cousin, he ended up becoming a total narcissist. But we went there, and we went to the beach, right, in Arkansas.
That would be a great movie. You should redo it with a video camera. Like, redo the whole thing with a video camera.
Oh man, we went there, and there was a Blondie song, and he played this fucking what was it? I can't remember this song. It was a really good Blondie song, and nobody fucking knew the fucking song for some reason. But he would go there and he would blast this shit.
Wow.
In the back of this 1972 Challenger with the bass and stuff, and it was and it wasn't blind.
Was he doing like an antithesis of the, like he was doing a reverse psychology of the whole bass?
Oh, he was out there flexing his muscles, because he's a bodybuilder and trying to get women, but I was with him, and I had muscles too, but I'm just like, this is corny as fuck, and I don't know what the fuck. I had to find a Blondie song, but it was one of her really good songs.
I can see humor in that, because it's different than the venomous, like, the neighborhood, like, blasting an earthquake.
Oh yeah,
their
yeah,
car.
yeah. It was
Have you all
funny,
seen
man.
how base can bend glass and metal and not break it, and then it goes right back to its original form?
Oh shit, yeah, I saw that. That's some weird shit. That's
It's
never
weird, right?
was a
Like,
thing. That was never a thing.
no, I think that's freaking new. I should it would've broke the
Um,
glass,
Wait,
right?
blasting
yeah.
metal into glass?
No, it like somebody with a really big system in their car,
Yeah.
it will bend the
Oh.
metal and glass on their doors, and it just once the base stops, it just goes right back to its original form. It's like it's amazing. It's like it's liquid. That makes me think like again like this how fluid this reality is. You know how it can be manipulated by sound.
I
And
think we're wavering so thin between layers of this this reality seems to be like wafer thin between like an onion layer of like people keep seeing changes dramatically, and it's because they're all like deja vu. They're all so close together. And I think only since 20, depending on when you arrived here in this place, this I call it a routing station, because I think everything's a test, and even if you fail a lot, you have to keep getting up and like try to do better. And I try to encourage all of you to do better. And
we need to have love for ourselves. I wish I had
Yeah.
more love for myself. Because now that I look back, at my
well, that's
past-
why that other person is important, because you want them to be complementary to you on an
Yeah.
equal. You know that verse that says, "Do not be unequally yoked."
Yeah.
You know, if you're with someone and you're going 90% of the way, and they're only going 10%, that's not equally. That's not love.
Right.
You got to find that 50-50 person.
It's just
that girl that's
when I
gonna
met her.
the what?
When I met her, I quit 3 very bad addictions. Like I hadn't drank in like a month. Tonight's first night I've drank. I've had 3 beers, and I don't feel good. I don't feel better.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to drink. I kind of got upset, and
Well, you have a spine condition, right?
yeah, but I wasn't drinking for the pain. I was I was drinking more for the emotional, something to make me feel better,
Right. Yeah. To not
And-
feel so you don't feel nervous.
Yeah, and it hasn't helped. I wish I wouldn't have gave in. I wish I had more love for myself to say, I'm stronger than this addiction, to reach for something just to make myself feel better, because I don't feel good about myself,
Yeah.
my life.
I mean, if you go 50 days sober, then it isn't so hard to resist. I mean, you get used to it, and then like a lot of my older friends who've been going to AA meetings for like over 10 years, they
Yeah.
keep going because they don't want to go back to that old lifestyle.
Yeah, and it helps to have somebody, that.
You ever seen the show called Mom? The blonde woman that goes to AA meeting. It's a series. It was very big about 5 years ago. Just called Mom. It's a TV show, but it's probably one of the only good ones for a long time. Like, I mean, honestly, it's a good mainstream TV show because she is so great. I mean, her character. Every show has just a total muscle of wisdom. I recommend it. If you look it up, it's just called Mom.
Yeah.
Hey, Patrick,
It's about people that quit alcohol, and she is so cool. I love her. She's really great.
Honestly,
Hey Patrick.
Okay, I'll listen.
I found that Blondie song.
Oh
And
yeah.
it is a really cool song. And,
Oh, she was great. I know. I was a fan.
It was
You
a
know, I'm an
song,
80s
and so you got to
Blondie was
remember,
great.
we're rolling up into the beach, like it's just nothing but like a beach, like in California. It's like a little patch of sand with some,
Yeah.
or just two
Oh yeah,
college
Blondie
towns.
was very cool.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
she's still
you gotta-
around.
yeah, she is, and Blondie, but it was a song In the Flesh.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So remember that song? And so that's what my dumbass cousin would pull up at the. I thought he was so corny. Man. I'm just like, what are you doing, man? And he would get out of the, we get out of the car and he'd leave it playing and stuff. Then he'd go back and flip it off, But I'm just like, what the fuck are we doing here? This is retarded. We've both been through the Marine Corps anyhow, and it's just like. You kind of feel like a band of perverts or some shit at that point.
Oh, because you were trying to pick up girls.
Oh yeah. I was just trying. He was trying to pick up girls, but I was just like riding with him, and I'm just like, okay. It's like, but yeah, it was pretty corny, but yeah, that's the song.
That's not corny. I mean,
Blondie.
that's like you'll find that in every state. The guys going around getting high and blasting music and driving around the lakefront looking for girls. I mean, that goes back to the '60s. That's always been around.
Yeah, but I thought you might appreciate that. That's gonna
that's
some
cool.
some fucking weird ass dumbass
I think
shit
that would be a good film script, like a Cheech and Chong style.
Man, has any movie ever used that song? Because that is a really good song. I mean, if you want to make a scary movie, that song does have a scary feel. When you listen to
the '80s were kind of dark. I mean, part of the whole new wave was a kind of edginess. It was going against the entertainment. It wasn't about entertainment. It was about expressionism.
So
I mean, a lot of Blondie was. She said in her own words, she was muscling it. She was not trying to persuade with being nice. She was fighting her whole way into music, like with producers and everything. She was like, a kind of whore.
Yeah.
To get into it, and that's how she worked it. And her interviews are pretty interesting. If you could look back, like.
I've not saw her
Like the way she was way different than it was like the opposite of Olivia Newton-John. She was like instead of sweetness, like she was a very bold approach to music.
Yeah.
But everything has changed, man. It's nothing like.
Oh, it's all crap,
days.
man. I thought the '90s was going to crap by the time the end of the '90s was happening in 2000s, and I can't even tell you what the shit is on the radio anymore. I hear these songs, and I'm like,
there is no radio except like the college station and the online, like when you got to type in a website.
Yeah.
But there's no radio. Like they're all run by robots.
I'm telling you, my son does not know. And I mean, he knows the songs I play because I get kind of loud, Just me and my son, and he sleeps back there, and he's got kind of used to me getting loud. But the songs I play, but these other things that happen on commercials or something, I'm like, what and why, and I don't understand, and you know, and I don't listen to the radio when I get in the car. You know, I mean, of course, this car I've gotten here, the radio doesn't exactly work exactly right, but you know, I've usually got my headphones in or something, or listen to somebody streaming thing, you know, through my headphones in the car. One earbud in, one earbud out, so I can hear the traffic around me. But yeah, I mean, I don't recognize any of this crap. I can remember my Aunt Linda back in
Well,
you know,
and you know what else, Shakti? It has no face. Remember when music had a face? Like every song had a character and a personality, and
it did.
Like the singer was a distinguished face. It was a person, and now it's like nobody is nobody.
I don't even think they're real here.
Right,
I think it's just computer generated bullshit.
Right. There's no character. There's no personality. It's unhuman. It feels robotic.
And you can apply that to this entire realm because we see this realm literally fall apart, glitch out on us, glitch out. You know, I mean,
and it was already going like it was already apparent by 1990 or 89 even. It was like, wait a minute, something's wrong. And then like it led up to the Mandela effect.
Mm-hmm. You remember what would they say? What was the year 2000, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, there's a computer glitch and it can't go past these certain numbers.
Yeah.
Now apply that to what we know now. I'm just thinking of this, but apply that to what we know now and how this place is a glitch. We are glitches in the system. Somehow we have more RAM or rapid access, you know, random access memory or whatever the hell you want to call fucking REM, rapid eye movement. We've got something different, and we're looking around going, "Hey, this place ain't right," and nobody else sees it. And you're like, are you fucking stupid? I mean, do you not see? You know, I mean,
do you have a sister that has children? Like, do you have nephews? And have you noticed anything about younger people?
Well, I know, I damn sure noticed the difference in my son. I can tell you, my son. You remember when you were when you were growing up, right?
Yeah.
Now I was in choir in 7th grade, and you know 6th grade I was in band and choir, whatever, you know. So it was just a dumbass thing, you know. I mean, I stuck to the band, but you know, played saxophone, but it was clarinet. They went to saxophone, but But do you remember when guys' voices used to be like this, blah, 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 and it was so fucking funny because you were going through puberty. And your voice would literally, you even talking, your voice would go low, high, low, high, low, high.
Yeah.
And it was an embarrassing thing to go through.
Right. It was
my son
14.
My son did not go through that at all. And I talked to other people. Now he's 15, fixing to be 16.
Yeah.
He did not go through any kind of a voice up and down.
You should. Yeah.
Was that right when you transferred? Like, was that when it started for you? Maybe as a coincidence.
No, this was after 16 because my son's, you know. But I had talked to another guy that came down here, Michael. Then he kind of faded away. I don't know what happened to him. He kind of left YouTube, and then he doesn't call me. I don't, you know. But I knew him from YouTube, and he had a channel, and he came down, and we had a really good couple of days, and then something happened, and he's just not there. All right, so but he had told me that he knew his nephews and stuff, right? That had the same thing. Basically, he was like, "Wow, you know, if I think about it, they're going through that age category, and I've never heard their voice go squeaky."
Well, the point I was trying to make before about the young is a lack of empathy. There's a coldness, insensitivity, a sort of it's sort of an indifferent apathy.
Yeah.
Word. It's like a more apathy than we had back then. Like we didn't feel apathy like they have now.
I think it's maybe because they're more programmed, like with their phone, with TV.
I think so.
Right.
I think so.
All we had really programming us was school and, like, I guess music. And then, I mean, TV wasn't even. You guys are older than me when you had, like, what, 3 channels?
Yeah, we had like 3 channels plus PBS, you know.
Right.
But
So now it's just, I mean, you can't.
And try to start a conversation with anyone under 20.
Oh, see, you know what I've noticed?
You know how hard that is? It's
you know what I've noticed?
hard.
But Prelim, I can't start a conversation with anyone my age anymore.
Yeah, no.
They're out there, man. They're gone. I you know, like the girl was calling me, you know, it's like, well, you know, she's got 9 cats and 5 dogs, and I'm just like,
wow.
Why are you talking to me about these animals?
Like it was, no way.
When I used to have a conversation, I would ask somebody, you know, hey, how was your day? Or how are you doing?
Yeah.
And they would ask you it back, right? Now they don't ask you it back. They just say, "Oh, I'm fine."
You're right.
Yeah, and where can we hook up at, or some fucking weird shit, you know?
Yeah, you know what the word is? Despondence.
Oh, is that the word?
Despondency.
It's a good word.
Despondent. That's what it's become.
Well, I can tell you, you know, when around 16 and 15 and 13 and really around 13, it's because it happened before I knew about the Mandela effect at all, you know. But I noticed something was off, and so I started trying to. After I got my divorce, I started trying to bring in women that I knew from childhood, right? So there was a few of them, including the one I talked to tonight, but something was gone. Something was gone. Even one, and what really fucking horrified me at one point, I was like, wow, man, because you know, this was a girlfriend. I mean, straight up, you know, you would think we should be together, but you know, nothing ever worked out the right way. She always end up wouldn't be with me and find some other guy. Well, and as life goes on, that guy, you know, becomes, you know, a roommate kind of a thing. But it's all weird, right? So it all flows together. But then when you do actually hook up, there was something freaking missing when we finally hooked up. And I know our bodies are changed, right? You know, I've got a belly. She's got a belly, you know, so, but she always had big boobs, but she had gotten her boobs changed. I didn't like that, you know, I mean, they weren't natural. I didn't know what to do with unnatural boobs. You know, I mean, but anyhow, there was something missing. And, you know, she tried to come back over a couple of times and it, you know, she came over a couple of times and whatnot. But there was something missing, and I've not heard from that woman since. And the only thing I could come up with is like, when I should have had
something was missing.
A male plug-in to a female connection, and there should have been a soul thing there. And it was like there was no soul there when I had sex with her. And that fucked me up, man. That fucked me up for a couple of years. And I'm like, and then it happened the same way with a couple other girls. I tried it with a couple other girls, and I'm just like,
something happened before.
Never mind, man. Never mind. My shit does not plug in the right way it's supposed to. I'm supposed to have a spiritual connection.
Even before like 2001.
Yeah.
something was already wrong. Like something
Yes.
was already changing or affecting the human consciousness, like or those with soul and
I mean, if you're looking for sex, yeah, you're gonna get sex, but I mean,
right,
like
right. That's
I
gonna be
was looking
shallow and right. You
for
were
somebody to
right.
complete my life with,
I get
and it
that.
was
I get
not
that.
there, man.
It wasn't
It was
there.
just not there, and
Yeah.
I'm like, what is going on here? Because any other time, it was something was there. There was a spark of something that would give you hope of, but there was no sparks. No sparks at all inside.
So that's an indication that 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 reality was already going under a mysterious transformation, you know,
Yeah.
25 years ago, maybe 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And
it's like,
I mean about the soul. I don't mean about physical reality.
No. And, I hate thinking that. I really hate thinking that because I do believe
I
there's
do
souls in
too.
everybody. But something was fucking missing. And after I did my little bit, of trying about 3 or 4, I was done. And I it's been like 6 years or 7 years or 8 years or I don't know, it's been a long time. And I'm just like done. I'm not trying to mix any of my shits here. None of my karmas, none of my nothing. I don't understand this place. I don't know where the fuck I'm at. I like to talk to you. But yeah, do I want to fucking have any kind of a
Why's my phone ringing? Huh? You still there? Hey, Sharky. Can you hear me? Did I freeze? Hey, Sharky. Are you talking?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Is Patrick back? Hey, Crunchy.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Okay. All right. I guess we're good.
Hey, tell me more about this girl you met. I hope it's, you just met her, right?
Well, I mean, it's been month and a half, maybe. But I'm, I really want somebody to connect with, like on a spiritual level, like that. And I am attracted to her, but it's not.
Don't rush it, man. Don't jump into the basket.
It's just I don't want to like Sharky was saying, like mixing your karma, and I don't want to hurt anybody.
Right. Good.
I'm hurting myself. I don't feel like I know I'm not the best thing she could have. And I want her to be happy, and I don't want to hurt her.
Yeah,
in any way.
Because she could be totally wrong for you, and you just
could be.
You don't know it yet.
And there's also this like paranoid part of me that's like, what if this person was like placed in my life to get in the way of something?
Sabotage.
Yeah.
Distract you. Yeah.
Yeah, distraction.
Coming from the dark side.
Yeah,
it could be.
But then again, I prayed for somebody in my life, and then she did just like that, like within a few days, and I was just like, so maybe she is good. I mean, she feels so real. I guess.
I mean, are you already on the physical level of intimacy,
or just we kissed? We kissed, and just from that kiss, it was like so natural, and I felt the spark, and we both did, right? Wow. So, I mean, I could feel like synchronicities, like with her already. Like I asked her what time it was, and she was like already looking at her phone to check what time it was. And I was just like, and like, I don't know, just the way we flow together, it feels right. But
I mean, trust. If it isn't that complicated. You either know from your intuition, your higher intuition, or if there's any doubt, then that's probably not a good thing. There shouldn't be any fear or paranoia.
Yeah.
You know,
I
maybe
feel like I'm
to
gonna
me
have
it
that.
sounds like you've got some. You're just it's too mediocre.
No,
Yeah.
this is
Okay.
different. She's different than anybody else I've ever been with.
I'm not there. I don't even. This is you. You know. And,
It's just scary, you know, involving somebody else, and especially, you know, and I want to be able to talk to her about all of this reality stuff that we see. But I also don't want to scare her away, you know, and be like, oh, well, you're freaking crazy. And which I've, you know, done with pretty much everybody in my life.
how did you meet her? Were you just walking around?
No, it was online.
Oh.
It's not really a dating app, but I mean, I guess it can be used as one. So, I mean, it's just a place to meet people. And she's a little farther away, like just a couple hours drive.
Huh.
But
What do you have? What is your common ground?
well, we really both like video games and cartoons and
Well, that's important. I mean, whatever it is, as long as you have enough common ground, then you can talk about things you like. And otherwise, because I mean, it's easy to meet someone that you like, and yet you slowly find they're just totally different.
yeah. Well, we both have this.
Sounds yeah, I mean, it sounds good so far.
Well, we both don't like this world, and
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. We're a lot alike in ways,
Yeah.
and like I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. If we're just gonna bring each other down because one of us.
It's 50-50. The world has a whole lot of bad and a whole lot of good. And
Yeah.
so the thing about a couple is like if you could both focus on the good, then you can feel good about life no matter like you can get through all the bad stuff that happens because the positive energy is high enough.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm afraid of is just being us both being negative, you know.
No, because that's what most couples face is when some bad stuff happens. Then that's when it, you know, then it's like the test.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Just trying to take it easy, slow.
Yeah. You can't just go from being, medium to strong. You know, you have to actually exercise love for it to become strong. And you know that already. Hey, what happened? Did Shark D?
I don't know. I guess he was having problems with his phone, and I don't know if he's coming.
I don't think he. Yeah, I think it must be his phone. Yeah. And Patrick, of course, is asleep.
Yeah, probably. Oh man, I had somebody bring up a memory to me and ask me if I remembered this a couple weeks ago.
A memory. Yeah.
We are remodeling our bathroom, and my brother-in-law, that's what he does. Is he's like a.
It's good to know someone like that.
Yeah, he does it all, you know. But so he was helping me remodel my bathroom and stuff, and we were out in the garage, and my dad has a four-wheeler, and he said, "Hey, you remember when you almost fell off of that?" He said, "I was driving and you were on the back," and I was like, "No." He was like, "Yeah, we went down to the field and went out that gate down there." And I'm like, "There is no gate down there." I was like, "I have no idea what you're talking about." He's like, "You're right. You like almost fell off. You were freaking out." And I was like, no, I have no memory of this at all. There is no gate down there. He just like looked like he had seen a ghost or something. Like he's like, you're kidding. Like I'm like, no, dude, I have no idea what you're talking about. And I don't know, man. It's like it was almost like somebody witnessing a Mandela effect for the first time. They just kind of like go silent, like,
Yeah.
I guess I'm wrong.
My
I guess I just
longtime friend,
misremembered.
a guitarist in our band since 1979, Bruce, who wasn't seeing any Mandela effects, is now seeing some. And I find that very weird.
Did he start seeing them after, like, he was told about them, or did he just start seeing them in the
Well, no, I mean, because when I first told him about it in 2016, he thought he thought, what are you,
You're crazy.
He thought I was just misremembering and
right,
or delusional. But then he finally looked at the JFK.
Oh yeah, that's a big one.
And he does remember 4 in the car, just like my dad. My dad also remembers 4, and my brother remembers 4.
Well, the footage wasn't even in color. No, it's in
It
color.
wasn't in color, yeah.
Like what?
And he said the car looks silly because it's stretched so long.
Yeah,
it's like it
it
was
does.
never that long.
And there's just so much evidence, so much proof to back all of this up. Like,
Yeah. And
if
my
you,
dad, but the thing is, like both my dad, my brother, and my friend Bruce don't see the other Mandela effect. They're like, why is that one standing out? Like they remember the
Pretty
4
big.
people and they remember the car not being stretched. And
It's pretty
and
big.
yet they don't see the Ford logo or the geography change. China looks. If anyone remembers what China looks like and looks at it now, I mean, you wouldn't forget that. It was it was a very distinct shape, and it didn't have Mongolia. Like Mongolia was not there.
Yeah, I wish I knew geography better, but
Okay.
it
Yeah.
wasn't my thing. But like the
Yeah.
South America,
Yeah.
the North Pole had land. Those two are, like the biggest ones geography wise for me.
Okay.
But I mean, I've seen things in my own town just change, like stores and stuff just pop up out of nowhere, buildings, whole like it's crazy. It really is. I mean, it makes you feel crazy if you actually like accept it. You're like, and don't brush your memory off, But I just think it's really, I don't know. It's like if we really do have the power to manifest things,
I never went along with that whole thing about.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. We aren't doing this.
Okay.
There's something else is manifesting these changes, and it's either got to be God or what'd you say?
I do agree. No, there is manifesting if we raise our frequency, but I think before you can jump to all the stuff about manifesting, it's what is required in order to raise your frequency, and that is not talked about very much. Like,
Well, if there's something else,
people don't really go into that.
Or if it's like an
step by
angel
step.
or something that follows you that manifests it for you.
No, I think like it's like when the student is ready, the teacher appears. So that's
True.
how frequency works. Like you don't like you have to go the distance for that to happen. You can't just
Dude,
it's action more than the thought.
when I was like awakening to all of this, whatever it is, like I got really close to God, or I mean, I started reading the Bible and I started seeing the changes in the Bible, and I started knowing that there was more than the physical reality. And I had like my girlfriend at the time. That's when everything went to shit, because like I was talking about God, and I remember she said Jesus can suck my dick, and I just laughed at her. I was like, that's fucking hilarious. Why would you say that? She's saying
Yeah,
that,
why? I can't imagine anyone saying that.
right?
That's
She
really
was saying that to like try to hurt me because I was like on a spiritual path or something. And I know she has her demons in her, but when she said that,
just sounds like an ignorant 15-year-old.
right? I mean, full grown woman though, in her 30s, like it's just there was no reason to say that. It was like trying to hurt me, but just made her look so, I don't know.
No, actually, people that are angry at Christianity or find it unreal can be pretty obnoxious. So I guess that doesn't surprise me at all.
I don't know. I wouldn't ever say that to anybody.
It's just so crude, though. It's like somebody that it's like Bonnie and it's like a gangster mentality that would say that. Just really like.
I think people can be possessed.
It sounds like a thug.
I think I've seen demons in her, and I've looked at her. Like when she was attacking me, I was like, I know who you are, and she just like froze, and like the gig was up. Like I knew there was like something else in her, and the way she just froze and like was like, whoa.
Is she like an atheist kind of plastic?
I don't know what she is, man. I guess. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, man. All I know is she's not like me.
Yeah.
And that's
Well, I mean, they're at that stage, and they could be like 100 lifetimes.
It's her life, I'm not.
Before you, I mean, they could be where you were at.
Oh yeah. I mean,
eon ago.
2000, like.
I mean before this life. I don't mean.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they could be spiritually so.
So, do you believe in reincarnation?
No, but I do believe that. I believe it's unnecessary. I don't think a person has to return to Earth unless they are under the control of the ruler of Earth. And I don't think God is. I think this world is outside of God. This is under the control of a fallen God, the demiurge, and the devil. Really, the same thing.
Well, see, God made.
This is the Lord. The Lord of the air is Satan, and Satan wants to keep you here. And that's all the forces of hell are to keep you here, and that's where all the negative energy is coming from, is to keep you here. It's a manipulation. You didn't even want to be here. A lot of near-death experiences, people say, I don't want to go back to that body, and it could be a crushed, aging body.
Yeah,
painful, and but there's no, what else can a person learn from it? It doesn't make sense to me. I don't like my own thoughts because I feel so negative about this world, but
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, it depresses me.
No, man.
I've had a really depressing life. I'm not happy here.
I feel you.
I don't like what I've learned. I don't feel like it's. I don't see how this life is helpful, and I keep doubting myself and saying, no, I'm thinking about it all wrong. I have to be more positive.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about when I was a kid,
God, what the heck?
how has my spiritual growth, how has this world affected my spiritual growth? And it has negatively affected it, I feel like.
Right. See, we should be in a world that helps us to see wisdom and practice wisdom and learn love and practice love. In a world that is discouraging, goes against wisdom. So why are we born into a depressing, ugly world where animals are eating each other and blood and?
I guess because we learned to fight it. Because just by enduring it, we're fighting it, right?
But all the divisions, like you've got this whole culture of China and the Middle East and the Muslims and the Africans and the South America and every culture just seems like divided in a strange confusion instead of all working together for the good.
That's all Satan's plan, man. That's the whole
the whole division thing bothers me so much.
Yeah, I know.
And then you've got the whole Republican thing, like where
why is God letting all this happen? Like that's why I don't want to be mad at God, but I guess I'm mad at myself for I don't know, not seeing that. I don't know what I feel helpless, right? Like,
well, you're not. Yeah, I mean, don't feel helpless because.
Well, when you think about the world, that's why you think about the world. Like, how am I gonna change the world? And I just keep waiting for it to get better. And that's why I just got to stay in my own little bubble and try not to like turn the news on or get into politics or what's going on in this other country and that country, and just try to stay in my own little bubble. I don't know.
Well, yeah. Don't put too much on your plate. I try to just have one subject and focus on that. And then when that's done, then I switch to a different.
It just seems like it goes in like loops. Seems like
no, it's more like a spiral.
Or
the spiral because the spiral gets to ascend. You don't have to go in a circle.
Or it can go down.
No, it can't.
The
reason it can't is because you've already learned that lesson. The only way it would go down is if you didn't learn what you were supposed to learn.
Yeah.
Then you're repeating. It's like repeating high school.
Well, it's not.
Then you would be going down.
Well, I have repeated the same mistakes over and over, and
yeah, and that's not uncommon. I mean, people do get stuck.
Mistakes. Just like I had 3 beers tonight, and I mean, I'm not drinking anymore, but I wish I hadn't. I knew that was a step back.
Yeah. So now the trick is to wake up and learn from it rather than think you have to pave over it. Like, don't try to pave over it. Just
I don't know. That's where I feel weak, right?
You have to continue in order to begin. When you continue, then you can begin afresh.
Yeah, and I know, like,
you can't begin before you continue.
Having 3 beers isn't necessarily a bad thing, and a lot of people can do it every now and then. But to me, like, I know like I'm just gonna keep going back to it, and then I'm gonna be drinking every day again, and I don't want to do that, and I have to fight my like physical self. My
Yeah. See, don't
spiritual self
don't
has
beat yourself up. Like guilt and shame is worse than like you don't want to don't fall into guilt or shame. Just like admit, you be true to your heart. You know, you've heard this from other people, so you just keep going, and you keep going with a, but you don't deny. Like, don't be in denial. Just be settled on what you feel.
yeah, staying firm.
Whatever you're weak about, it, you know, be cool about it and just say, well, I really love smoking pot, or I love whatever sin you have. And then and then admit to yourself also that, wow, you know, I would like to stop doing that. And then make effort and pray about it. I can't tell you what to do. This is not my place. But
I don't know why, but like,
you know what I'm saying. I think you know what I'm saying before.
A problem.
Okay.
Like I didn't even want to work. It took me having kids to have the motivation to work and to. I don't know. I was really happy to have kids.
You have 2
and have a family. I don't know why that put me on the right track, but then
what happened?
I hate feeling like that I needed that. I need someone or something to like.
Did you separate from your wife?
I don't know, be better for, because I can't be better for myself. Like if I could just love myself enough. I don't know, but then again, I'm just like,
what does that mean?
I
don't know what you're saying.
I don't know.
Love.
Just don't feel.
Are you? No,
I don't know, just because like I don't ever feel happy alone. I can be content, right? Like I can be very content, calm, peaceful. I'm not hurting anybody. Nobody's hurting me, but there's no, I don't know. There's no fulfillment. There's no, like I can be like, it's like playing a video game alone. I can like really enjoy it, but then once I beat it and I'm like looking around, I'm like, nobody witnessed that. I just made this huge feat, you know. I mean, it's just a video game, but you know, put that into any aspect of life. If you're just alone and you have nobody to share the good times with, it's like if Satan gave you the entire world and you had everything at the tip, you just ask for it and anything you want, physically, material wise, but you had nobody to share it with. What good would it be? Like if everybody else you were the only person in this world, but you could just manifest any food, any car, any money, anything, but you couldn't share it with anybody. It would be meaningless. It would get so old. That's what I feel like Satan. That's why I kind of got to feel bad for Satan, because he's stuck here for eternity, and he's freaking bored, right? I guess, and he's just trying to keep other people here with him.
I see that as symbolic. I think.
Am I alone? I don't hear anything. Usually
can you hear? Check.
Did I lose audio?
Can you hear me? Testing 1 2.
Anybody? I can't look at chat either. I guess I'm gonna look at chat and see if anybody's talking. No, Jennifer, I can't hear anybody. I'm gonna
check.
Fuck.
1.
I'd leave and come back, but
what the hell?
I can't if Patrick's asleep. Oh well.
I can hear you. Somehow you.
I guess it's time to say goodnight. That's why Sharky never came back, because he can't. Hold on, let me
check. Test.
No, muting myself didn't help anything.
One. Check. Can anyone hear me?
Well, I guess that's all, folks. I appreciate you, Prelim, Patrick, everybody in chat. Much love.
Check.
I'll see you around. Later.
Oh, maybe Patrick turned off the stream. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Stream. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Stream.
Okay, guys, I guess it's time that we're gonna end it. I'll let you guys go another hour and a half. I guess it's time that we're gonna end it.
Hey, Patrick, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's kind of all messed up.
Is it echoing? Hey, Patrick, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's like echoing.
Okay. Well, if anyone else wants to join in.
No, I'm gonna shut it down because I gotta get some sleep, and
Okay.
I've already gone 5.5 hours. So
Okay. Let's go.
I don't want to have to keep getting up if somebody's audio goes out or whatever. I'll probably get back on tomorrow. So thanks a lot, chat, for listening. And for the last 4.5, you guys stuck it out. Chat's still hanging with you guys. But maybe on Friday and Saturday night, when I don't have to get up so early, we can hang out a lot longer. I might do it tomorrow night, so just watch out and see if I come on tomorrow. Then you guys can get back on. So thanks a lot, chat. Jennifer Zen Crunchy, Jennifer Singeman, Joe Dirt, Rel, Prelim, YOLO. I see David Wolf made it in. All right, guys, have a good night. Talk to you later. Love y'all. Stay vigilant.